And in the short that I made of that, I said, yes, that type of grooming, but not that type of grooming.
Of course. I guess you're uploading everything now. Okay.
Hey, you agreed to it.
Fucking guess. Okay.
Did you not? Okay, let's actually have that as a conversation.
You're just like, I don't know. It's just like everything I can say is now getting clipped. Okay, I just have to live with that understanding now. I don't know. I don't like that.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I guess I originally just said I was just going to stream
Especially
it.
my cringe grooming joke is like one of maybe the things that I wouldn't want. Like, my cringe grooming
It's a
joke,
good
maybe.
joke. Okay, don't get mad because
look,
you told a good joke and I used it.
That's true. I can't get mad at you because you liked my joke. But I'm saying, like, I'm embarrassed by my joke. So
I
there's
get that.
You know what I mean? Where it's like, I'm not... And it is a lack of confidence. You're right. That I'm displaying. But I'm also like... It's a grooming joke, you know? It's just like from in the back of my head. So I'm looking to voice this out loud and just let you know how I feel. You can upload going forward, but I don't know. I'm talking about how I feel about it, so...
I want to know how you feel. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, what about if before you upload any particular clip, you just ask the people involved, hey, are you good with this? Yeah. Like, of the particular clip, because they might have said, oh, yeah, sure, like, just in general, but...
The specific clip.
You know, if they were doing something particularly cringe, and might be like, ooh, maybe not that one.
I absolutely get that, and... yeah, maybe I should. It seems a little frustrating to have to do that. Like,
I don't know
so
how many shorts you're uploading.
it's streamed, and so it's automatically there. And then I'm just going through the stream and just like finding the funniest clips and just putting them up. Mm-hmm. So it seems weird to have to ask every clip since the stuff's already out there. But I guess there's a difference between having a short clip of that specific thing and then like a 4-hour long stream.
These are just ideas. You're already uploading the entire thing, so it's kind of, it is what it is, I guess. Like, all of it's uploaded, right? Mm. So I can't really ask you to specifically don't include this. It's not really what I'm saying. But it also
you can
is like,
ask that. You can.
Yeah, I could. I'm trying to think out the problem out loud.
Thinking out loud.
The uploaded short, though, is kind of like its own version of it, right? Like, it's out of context, right? So that's why I'd want you to be like, upload this, ? And then thumbs up, thumbs down. That's how I feel. That's like how the conversation should go, in my opinion. Is like, but I guess,
okay.
I don't know.
I hear
it's
you.
Like, it's
I hear
at the
you.
end of the day, it, like...
I hear you.
You can... Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I hear you. I did ask you a question in the chat multiple times. I didn't at you, so maybe that's my bad. So there's many times you haven't gotten back at me. So like, what if I ask the question 24 hours later, there's no response? Do I just not post it?
I don't know. I'm not going to guarantee that I can respond.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm not responding is because I'm thinking about the issue. So I mean.
Or you just didn't see it, or you didn't even see it, right?
That could be. I don't know. But that's, I'm sure. I don't know. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I'm trying to talk about my feelings, so.
No, I appreciate it. And it is kind of weird because, like, I'm taking something that you do for fun and turning it into content, and I'm not trying to change how y'all interact with it. I don't want you to feel self-conscious because there's a camera on or it's being recorded. So I definitely hear you.
Hmm? Good.
If some clip should include me, I'm fine with it. I've taught middle schoolers, I've raised kids my age. I'm not really worried about being embarrassed or anything anymore.
Yeah, I'm just an embarrassed person in general, so it's a personal thing.
And it might be the type of thing
I'm
that's
just talking
best
about
if
my
I just
personal
never bring it
experience.
up again. Like, maybe I never share a clip and you just never know about it. That way you never have to think about it, so that it's never an embarrassment. Is that better or worse?
I mean, that is you literally hiding things.
Nah, not really. I'm just not pointing it out.
No, you're intentionally not looping me in because you think I'm not going to handle it properly. I don't like that.
That's not how I meant it. I'm sorry if that's how it came out. It would be more along the lines of, like, I would just never mention anything. Because, like, you're not subscribed to my channel, or are you subscribed to my channel? Like, would you see it either way?
I'm not watching it. No, I'm not watching my own. I'm not watching my own D&D game.
So maybe it feels better if you just don't even know about it. Not in, like, a sneaky way, but just in, like, that way you just never have to think about it.
I mean, yeah, I agree. And, like, if I just didn't see it, I wouldn't have thought about it. But, like... I don't know. It's not something that I've thought about, and we're having conversations about it. So I've been chill about it, and you can upload whatever. I'm not really like telling you to stop. That's not the way that I was trying to come into this conversation. Okay. So I was just trying to talk about my feelings about it. Yeah. Because it's like, and it's something I've not experienced before. Is the main reason I'm trying to talk about it. So that's why I'm bringing it up.
I hear you.
Yeah, I think you can keep doing it. I think it is just kind of one of those things where, like, oh, I didn't realize I made a grooming joke. You uploaded a grooming joke? Oh. But I guess it was pretty banger. So, who knows?
And I don't even think you meant it as a joke, right? Did you even, like, grooming is a totally perfectly fine term.
I'm gonna manipulate.
Like the king.
Yeah.
No, not even that regards. The king grooms the prince to be king. That would be a completely perfectly fine statement. That would not mean any illegal action has been done. So you might have even meant it in a non-creepy way at all. And I was just like, yes, that grooming, but not that grooming. So okay, I get what you're saying. But I'm not even sure you meant it negatively at all.
Oh no, I don't think I did at all. Yeah. My emotions are projecting into that space, is what you're saying. Correct. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, I do feel like that cleared up. Like I feel a lot better about you posting now. Yeah. Okay. Also, having this conversation is a part of what will make me feel more comfortable, right? Yeah. So now I feel far more reassured. So yeah.
And I promise to never, like, I would never want to specifically put someone in a bad light. I don't want to only push my clips, because then that feels weird. Like, I'm only ever pushing the things I say. That seems weird. So I've been trying to find a
self-evangelist. Yeah, you gotta find other people's moments.
I'm trying to, at least.
I think you're doing good. Like, right. I like it. It is not something I expected, and I was like, oh, whoa, cool, okay. So.
Yeah. Hey, that one clip of you, it doesn't have a lot of likes because I just don't have that many likes yet, but the one clip of you trying to run away from the rat that I cannot think of right now, and him saying he's gonna go, hey Rob, there's a ballista at the top, that has like 1,000 views.
That's a lot for considering you uploaded like 3 shorts or whatever. Like, shorts pick up quick though, so I don't know how much like a short view, they might just get like big numbers, you know?
That's pretty low for a short. Like I would, like if you're successfully doing shorts, I would expect like 1 million, or like.
Well, that's because they're viral. They're in the algorithm. You know, they're popping.
But
you're not popping yet.
But out of all my shorts that I've posted so far, that one's the best, and it's got like it has like 500 more than the closest second. So I thought that was just a beautiful scene.
Yeah. I like Zerzamex. Yeah. He's not a rat. He's a kobold.
He looks like a rat. I apologize. Kobolds look like a rat.
You keep calling him a rat. It's very funny. You're like, this rat.
He's like a lizard.
And he's like a lizard dragon guy.
Yeah,
he looks like
a of winged dragons.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a kobold.
So my first experience with Cobalt was Frozen Frontier, and in that world, they're like furry little balls. They're like furry little rats, basically. So, okay, I get you. But he's more like the lizard kobold. Okay, gotcha. I should have looked closer at the photo.
That's a Neobold, and they're little dog people.
Yeah, that's just what I thought they were.
Yeah, way back in original D&D, they were little dog people.
Mm-hmm.
But then, so that's actually
D&D
from
changed
D&D?
them, and they became little... I think they were sort of dog lizards before, and now they're just like... lizards that wish they were dragons.
Mm.
They're kind of pathetic lizards. That's the whole point. They literally have
sort
the
of the joke was
grovel.
they're so ridiculous, but they dream of this incredible greatness.
Yeah, and he's prone to absolute terrible destruction, Zerzamex. So I almost died, and I'm glad you profited. 1,000 views, I hear.
Yeah. And I did. And I didn't. Nobody let you die, so that was good.
Nobody let me die. I know. I did get hit by the ballista. Oh man.
But I couldn't have saved you from that anyways.
Tanya running under the eagle, catching it like a NFL player.
Pretty good though. That would be pretty good.
Don't worry, Captain. I got you. Oh my god. Okay, cool. We chill to move into our game. How we feeling?
Yeah.
I believe I ended the last session by going on watch with the stoic orc. What I remember last.
Right. Well, you see he's you can see he has so many scars all over his body, and some of them look just ancient. You know, he has more scars than unscarred skin.
Sage has an equally scarred appearance. Not so much, but I'm like young. Like, cause I got fucked up by crocodiles. I'm getting bit by zombies. So I'm looking up to him in this moment and trying to like be like him, sort of like a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's what I'm doing.
All right, give me a perception check.
Okay. This should be pretty good. 17.
I got nothing.
All right. So as you're standing there, looking up to him, thinking about this guy, you notice his armor it might have been, well, it probably wasn't even super fancy when it was new. You can see it's been repaired many times. Almost like he just stopped getting fancy armor because it gets trashed. But the one thing you notice, sort of ornamentation, is on the front of the armor, almost worn down. There's two triangles making that sort of mountain range. They're not colored on his armor, but that black peak symbol that you see on the flag over here, that's not the same as the one on the sails that have a red sword. And there's what makes it a little different, though, is you see a crown over the two triangles. Again, a very simple crown. You can see that his weapons are very well made and very well used. Battle weapons, not court weapons.
They're overbuilt, overmade for battle.
Yes.
Not for any. Okay. I like that.
Yeah, and his braids that he has his hair is braided in three. Like, not all of it. Some of it hangs down past his shoulders, but these 3 braids he has, one coming off the top of his head and one from each side, are much longer than the rest of his hair, and they go all the way down to the back of his knees. Sort of an odd hairstyle. And then in the braids, sort of sticking out, it's been braided into them. You don't know if they're little fetishes, if they're, they represent things. Maybe so. They're very odd objects of all different kinds, like one will be a finger bone. There's, and another, there's like a bit of cloth. There's no real, like, decorative sense to them. It almost seems like a random assortment of things that have been braided into the braids intentionally. Not just like, he needs to wash his hair.
Yeah, they're mementos.
Yeah, and many of them, the ones further down towards the bottom of the braids look very worn, old, and faded. After a bit, he looks over at you, seems to give you a once-over, as if deciding what to think of you. You don't notice a change of expression, as if like he approves or disapproves. But then he keeps looking out, looking forward. You feel as if being allowed to stay standing there, like you've been judged worthy enough to stand there.
I see. Could I do an insight?
That could be the way you're choosing to interpret it. It could be that, like, you're not worth me talking to.
Could I do an insight check here?
Sure.
An 18?
You think it's, you think it's the first, that he's decided that you could stand here with him.
Sage will nod and look out towards the sea.
Yeah, he just remains quiet, looking, standing watch, keeping an eye out. You get a sense that it's, with that insight, it's partly responsibility that he's here. Like, these are his people. He's standing watch to guard them. You get a sense it's also like just a bit of tiredness where he wants to be alone.
Yep.
Or feels disconnected, which makes, maybe he was just deciding that this guy looks like he's going to be quiet.
Yeah.
We can be alone together.
Sage will enjoy this. This is usually the quiet place that he likes to find in whatever operation he is in. And someone who is willing to accept the silence here, he wants to work alongside them. Yeah.
All right, so you're there for a while. And you hear the old blind orc, Vrusk, calls out, "Gather.
Well, I've got 4 fucking inspiration. I'm not failing a goddamn thing.
Battle.
All session.
Sisters and brothers."
Not failing a goddamn thing. Fuck you. 4 inspiration. Let's go!
And you can see back here that The orcs that went on the ship raids have gathered up.
I'll make my way over to where Quistis is.
Sage.
Nod at Quistis. Quiet.
Stay quiet or be quiet or?
It's quiet out there. Not much movement.
Suspiciously quiet.
Sage nods as if you understand him, yes.
I don't like the fact that all of these orcs are grouping up behind us, I whisper. I'm gonna keep my back towards the... I'm gonna turn, keep talking to you, but now I'm facing inward, and my back's towards the water as we talk.
Looking around the group.
They still seem in good spirits, but they've already done most of their boasting. Yeah. You get a feeling that they're still in this mood, but there's a bit of respect for the situation here. And Vrust goes, many of us have been battle sisters and brothers for decades here. Some for mere years. Though two among us have joined our ranks just this night. First, they should be welcomed with meat and drink. And the rest of them sort of cheer for that, and they start slapping their hands rhythmically against the deck, in sort of a "here, here" type thing. And somebody comes up from below, and you smell roast pork. You have not smelled just like good roasted meat for a long time. And you see it comes up on a platter, and it is just like even the orc is struggling under the platter a little bit, keep it from spilling everywhere. It's like a quarter of a hog.
Sage's eyes go wide.
Parts of it are burnt. It seems like it's been, but not, like too bad, but just, a bit darkened, like it's been roasting over a fire.
Maybe it rested in the coals, but then underneath it, you can still see the skin is still there and cherried. Oh, it's crispy. Oh.
I'm not 100% why it comes to her mind just this moment, but for some reason, all she can think about is the butcher who is like selling human meat. And
that's right.
She's doing her best to like push it to the back of her mind because she loves pork. I mean, who doesn't like a good bit of pork in this day and age? Like, it smells good, bacon is awesome. There's probably an apple that has been roasted inside the mouth or however that happens. It looks perfect, but for some reason, she's just thinking about the cannibals.
The were-rat fuckers, dude. The monsters. Actual monsters.
But then, let's see if she could struggle with it. What kind of...
that feels like a constitution.
Constitution,
right?
Or intelligence.
Or maybe a wisdom to see if you can get it. You can it kind of sounds like you're psyching yourself out or in, So maybe wisdom? I don't know.
I like the constitution because of the stomach, but my wisdom is higher. Or no, my wisdom's lower.
I don't know your stats.
Let's just do constitution. That's the first one you said.
Oh my.
Yeah, okay. Her stomach's got room for pig. She's down.
Cool.
Another orc comes up with just an armful of very disparate mugs. Some of them made out of animal horns, some made out of are like very fancy. Some are crude or simple. They look like they're about to spill out of her arms, but she manages not to drop any and seems to know which mug belongs to each. And when she takes a mug to toss out the orc that it seems to belong to, makes a little noise or raises their hand or something, and they catch it. They've each got their empty mugs. And then another orc comes up just holding a keg. He comes up and stands in the middle.
Oh, hell yeah.
And all the orcs are like holding their mugs out towards the middle. Like, so they all touch in a circle around the person holding the keg. Do you guys... I don't imagine you have any mugs.
No.
You
got an extra mug for me? I'll say to the captain orc, or the orc captain guy if he's around. Which one is he?
I would love a mug too.
Yeah. Gug, that's right. I mean, I could drink directly from the keg if y'all want me to drink that way, and I'll go over to like what they're pouring it out of and just be like, and open my mouth.
Well, I haven't poured it. It's an untapped keg right now.
Okay.
The keg is, of course. He says something in Orcish, and somebody comes down and brings up two mugs, one for each of you. And the orcs that have their mugs, pushed together in the middle, holding them out, to make a circle, leave some space for you two to have your mugs join the circle.
Kind of like it's a huddle and we're about to go and team, except for it's mugs in the middle, all clinking together.
Mugs.
And mugs.
And mugs. I'm all for this. Sage is ecstatic.
All right, you join your mug to the circle?
Yeah.
All right, the orc holding the keg in the middle gives it a tap, or they don't actually tap it, they open it, but instead of like putting in a spigot, he's just letting the whatever's in there that smells a bit foul, glug out, and is like pouring it, sort of slowly turning, letting it glug out of the keg into each mug. Some spills, but that seems to be part of the point, is just abandon and celebration and not caring. And they cheer as each mug gets filled, and it slowly turns until each mug has gotten some of this drink. When it's done, then he does sort of plug it with a spigot and go and set it down. Vusk looks, he seems to recognize that all the pouring has been done. Maybe he hears that there's no longer the glugging of the keg. He says, "To our new battle sister and battle brother." And they all give a big cheer, raise their mugs, and just kind of pour it down their throats. Throw their heads back.
Before I drink it, I give Sage an eyeball and kind of like, hopefully I cross, or the feeling that I'm trying to get across is, hopefully by drinking this, we're not signing up to be in their cult, but hopefully it's just a celebration.
Yeah, so you're looking an eye over to see how Sage is reacting.
Mm-hmm.
Sage is fully in, drinking it even before they are ready. So
Yeah.
he's already, like, chugging it now, as you look at him. Like, he's already going. He's been gone by the time you look at him, yeah.
Alright, so Sage, this is disgusting.
I assume it smells like...
You need to make a Constitution save.
I love fermented direwolf milk. What are you talking about? Disgusting.
I assume it smells like cleaner. And I'll make a con check. 18!
Yes. You drink it on down. You see some of the orcs were kind of waiting to, like, anticipating that you would be, like, coughing or spitting it out. And they were, like, you know, looking forward to kind of mocking you, but they seem surprised and then even more pleased to see you drink it down. And this orcish woman keeps clapping you on the back. Several cheer for you.
It's good stuff. You know, I like the fermented wolf, dire wolf. It's maybe not my favorite drink, but yeah. Thanks for sharing it, guys.
Yeah,
this is what I want.
Spit some of it out, and that seems to be.
I guess
They were pleased that Sage got it down, but they're also pleased that you couldn't get it down.
Yeah.
I passed my con check. Could I do a deception check, charisma, to like how well because like Sage like buys into what they're selling, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And the way that he's expressing that is by trying to convince them that he believes in the cause with deception.
Okay, go for it.
7. Wow. Bummer.
I'll give a performance to see how well I buy your perception or deception.
I think I'm
Nobody's
just
buying
like
it.
overwhelmed and confused. So I think Sage is just like, "Wah! Yeah, like, and it's just like not realistic, you know?
The big platter of roasted ham gets passed from person to person. Some of them cut a chunk out of it. Some of them and eat it, you know, impaled on their knife. Some of them gonna tear a chunk off. A couple of them just like lean their head in and take a bite right off of the ham.
I got a
Each
beak.
one takes a bite, and it goes. It is passed from person to person for them to do that.
I bite it. I got a beak.
Right, your beak is perfect for this.
Yeah, I get a whole bunch. It's like the gross way an owl eats, where it's like a little bit too much. Like I go back for 2 more. You know, where I'm like, yum, 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 yum.
Do you lift your head up like vertically, like your beak vertically to swallow, and like kind of bob your head a little bit, like?
No, and then I go back, and then I go down again. Yeah, before
Nice.
I pass it. Like very rude. That's what the 7 deception is too. I'm like not.
All right,
Not
Quistis.
You know, she's a woman of culture, when in Rome. She just leans in and tries to bite it directly off like everyone else.
All right.
Some people are using a knife. Not everybody. I'm just one of the insane people.
I thought about pulling out that dagger that I stole and eating it with that just to show it off, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to do it with my mouth. I'll rip my head like a dog to try to rip it off because I don't have the same kind of teeth that they do, and I'll just, maybe I got to use my hands to kind of actually pull it away, but hopefully I can pull away with a bite.
All right. It is still, you know, piping hot, not enough to burn you and do damage, but it's sort of like, oh, hot, 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 but oh god, the juices and...
Oh, so good.
It is all over
after
Sage's
everyone
chest.
has had a piece or a bite, it's placed in the middle. And individual orcs are like, even if they just took a bite right off it before, now like reaching out with their daggers and cutting pieces off, you know, like big big hunks and impaling them and bringing them back sort of their individual portions, and eating them by hand. The ones that are like moving them from hand to hand, going, no, no, no. Get a little ribbing from the others. You get a sense that, that's their, like many families or guy groups, even though there's plenty of women in this group, their way of showing affection is ribbing, teasing,
chastising.
Yeah, mocking. But it's but that's how they do it.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of breaking your balls here. That just means we like you.
Sage is a good victim for that. Yeah.
Vusk, everyone else, they seem in this camaraderie. Vusk he seems to be sort of quietly enjoying the moment, but there's a little more purpose. He's not quite part of it. I mean, he didn't go on the raids. Maybe that's why. Or he's just so much older than most of the orcs here. Perhaps that's part of it. But then he says it is time for tales. We have a new battle brother and sister. We should all get to know each other outside of the red haze, as well as inside. And he speaks to one person and then another. He tells a short story. And then he seems to ritualistically and sort of like a setup. Almost like a joke without a punchline, and then he asks each person, how did the story end? Or what did the person do?
Oh, I see. Thought experiment almost. Story. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. And they each give their ending to it.
He's going person by person.
Yes. And each, when they give their ending, he says, that is a good story. He goes around till he comes to you, Sage.
Big eyes looking at him inquisitively.
I'll speak up for Sage, since Sage doesn't say anything. I'll say, and Sage had the best idea of them all. He found the wicked, evil, strong Margoyle and saddled it and rode the Margoyle into battle.
Sage doesn't look to Quistis as you say this. I'm looking at him, trying to see what he says.
Yeah, and you see his hollow eye sockets, with his eyes gouged out, and he says, there was a lion cub. was raised in its pride. It learned to hunt, to stalk, to work with its brothers and sisters, mother, aunts, and father. They were harsh and cruel. The lion cub had many scars from being corrected. But this was the only home it had known. And so, the cub loved the pride and was loyal. One day, there was a great storm. Members of the pride were separated and could not find each other in the darkness, the howling winds, the rain and the cold. The cub was alone in the world for the first time. It found other creatures that were not lions. Each of them lost, as confused by the storm as the other. The lion, without its pride, made a new pride with these creatures. Together, they moved through the world. The creatures that ate grass and plants and leaves, this new pride would find those for them. The creatures that hunted the small game, the mice, the rabbits, the squirrels, the pride made sure to find places where they could gain what they needed. And the lion cub that sought after big game. These creatures, even though they did not eat meat, would help herd game for the cub to hunt. Strange pride worked together for some time until one day they came across the cub's old pride. The leader of the pride, the cub's father, came to the cub and said, "I see that you lived with these strays, but you need do so no longer. You have found us, and it is time to come home." What did the cub say?
Sage will look. Leaning forward. The cub said, "Yes, of course," because he no longer feared. He knew how to find for himself what he needed.
Busk nods and says, "That is a good story."
Sage will look to the side, questioning himself, and stunned by this. That is a good story.
He doesn't turn to face Quistis. He didn't turn to face Sage. He just seemed to know where Sage was in the circle. Knew that Sage was next. He seems to know that Quistis is next.
Does he ask me what the lion says?
No. Give me a second to come up with the next story here. I meant to think of this before, like sort of come up with what are the principal conflict of each character, but time got away from me earlier, sorry.
You're good. There's so much. There's only so many hours, and there's always so much to do.
Well, no, it's totally on me, because I went to bed at like 5, and I was set my alarm to wake up at 10 and have plenty of time, and my alarm went off, and I'm like, oh, okay, I could lie in bed a bit more. And then I opened my eyes, and it was 3:45, and I'm like, oh, fuck.
Gulp.
Like, glad I woke up now.
Woke up well rested though. But yours gave me a lot to think about. Sorry I interrupted you, but
go ahead.
There's many things going through his head, but the transparency that he's being seen here, and like, there's this belief about his own supremacy that he has better eyes, that he can see the truth. He's realizing now that he's blind in many ways that he doesn't really understand yet, and that this wisdom that this elder has earned is like so apparent to him now. It's like this is a visible welling of emotions on the stoic character. I'm affected. Cool.
There was clutch of serpent eggs. They hatched. Each of the young serpents with green scales like shimmering emeralds, glittering in the sunlight, their skin new and beautiful. The serpents moved about, but unlike most clutches of serpents that each go seeking their own way, some of these chose to stay together. They would visit with each other when they were not hunting their prey. They would laugh and play. And the serpent whose scales shone the brightest as they played would sometimes bite its brothers and sisters, knowing that they were immune to their own venom. And this would not truly harm each other. It went on like this for some time. Till one time, the snake had been sunning itself when it saw that a small bird, thinking the snake dead, had landed by its tail. It was going to peck at what it imagined was a dead corpse. The snake struck towards the bird. The bird sensed the movement and flew, and the snake struck its own tail. It felt the poison course through its veins. It felt the pain and the agony. It was sick for several days before recovering. It went to its brothers and sisters after it recovered and said, "I do not understand. When we play, I bite you. And it does not harm you, but I myself am harmed by my poison." His brothers and sisters said, "But we are not immune to your poison either." What did the snake say?
Quistis turns away from the group for a moment and just rests her head on her hand and looks out at the river below.
It's quiet. Group waits patiently.
She turns around. The words fail to come to her. She kind of does her head sideways and turns back around to think a little bit longer. She turns back around to the group and says, When I bit you and I released my poison into your skin, you survived, but each bite was as if I was biting myself. And now that I have actually bit myself, pauses a moment. The snake slithers around everybody, kind of in a circle, and then right back to where it was. But hey, I'm the prettiest, and this is my fucking world, so I'm gonna keep biting. And it shows its teeth and then leaves.
is.
Fuck
It is a good story.
Yeah, that is a good story.
I'm never good with endings.
You know, we're getting there. That's an ending pun. Because you're always getting to the end. Eventually.
The goes around to the last few orcs, doing the same thing, giving them stories to end. And then sort of the formality done. Each of the orcs, comes over and gives you a clap on the back, and and gives you a big hug, sort of recognizing you as a battle sister and a battle brother. And even though they don't, you don't share language, they make it pretty clear that yes, you're part of the group here now. And Vusk says, to everybody, but you realize that it's, for you, as you are the new members. Says, remember, the bond of battle brothers and sisters is sacred. You have fought to protect each other. You will fight to protect each other. You will not betray each other. This is the bond formed battle. At the various orcs raise their mugs, and you're guessing, they're doing an orc equivalent of "Hear, hear,
hear, hear." Sage was downcast, emotional, clouded. Will turn my head over to you, Quistis, sister, sacred sister. Has a nice ring to it.
My Owlin brother. Although, perhaps that is an oversimplification. For it wasn't just now that we became battlekin. It hasn't been a long time coming. The kinship has been there for a while.
We have bled together. We have almost died together. I will not betray this. They cannot make me. You understand?
She looks away for a moment, knows exactly what you mean. Kind of weighs the scale in her head of knowing that you mean it now, but also knowing what the future holds is incredibly unpredictable.
And you see a young person, who means it. Oh, he means it.
I could tell you.
But he also just meant it a year ago when he was working for them, right? Yeah. He is deeply, there's turmoil there. So your trepidation is well founded.
And I think that visual scale in her head kind of goes back and forth, and then comes out where, being your friend, being your battlekin is, I don't want to say worth it, like she's being manipulative, but is more valuable than not. And she feels like she can trust you, even if it's a little bit up in the air.
Well, it's a different kind of trust.
Yeah.
But also, we've earned it through such traumas. Mm-hmm. You could look in if you wanted to insight check to get more, but I don't know. Sage is pretty.
18.
Very good. What more do you want to know? Is what I basically am trying to. I was going to ask you.
Do you have any... Yeah, I guess I don't even know. I'd want to know. I guess the thing I'd want to know is what you're going to do about your relationship with your cult, but I don't know if right now is the time to talk about it, or the right now is the time
with this insight check, you see a fire, like somebody who has been hurt has finally realized that it wasn't right for them to be hurt and that they can make their own choices. There is a resilience of somebody who has refused to be ground down and is tired of being told what to do. I won't let them. That's the thing that you feel like, maybe with this insight, you're like, he might fucking burn me if, like, he wants to go after the cult. Like, he might burn himself up doing this. Like, that is the insight you get there. Like,
okay.
Wouldn't even think about you, but would, like, more so maybe even death wish is the insight you get there.
Kamikaze, self-sacrifice type of thing, yeah.
Not caring of the value of his own life.
Yeah.
For he has just realized he can, like, determine those things, right?
Yeah.
It's this, yeah.
I get that. Cool.
Your orphanage. Your dream. How do they say? My people won't let you? They'd kill you.
For having an orphanage?
For having their orphanage.
Well, I wasn't going to have their orphanage. I'm going to have my own orphanage. But I think you mean something that I'm not understanding. You mean having any orphanage, or just having the children taking the children off the street is enough to gain their ire?
You'd be dead in the dark. You'd never get anywhere. They will find a way for you to have never existed.
But they don't control all the children. It's probably a pretty exclusive club, right?
They don't control all the children. They don't have people in the courts.
Yes, no, I imagine...
They don't have people in the courts. They control the court, Quistis. That queen is only there because they decided it.
I don't know how true that is, and I worry that they've only made you believe that.
He believes this to be true.
In full transparency, I spoke with Ilvania about your position. I asked her to cast a cloak of silence so that, a large portion of her tree, no sound got out of it. So I'm sure nobody overheard, but we spoke of it, and she knew of your cult and knew that you were powerful, but she did not mention that y'all had control over the queen. It feels like that would have been something, or maybe she just doesn't know, but
Sage shakes his head. I could not tell her the truth. These lies, We must be quiet. They'll listen to us in a second.
I think on this boat, we're probably as safe as we ever have been, unless you really suspect one of these orcs are a member.
No, Sage doesn't, but he's, like, paranoid. No.
There's a chance. There are.
No.
They are.
No, they're brothers. They're brothers.
The last thing I'll say is, your cult, they clearly manipulate the truth outside of the cult to push the image that they want. They want people fearful. They want people to think their neighbor could be in the cult, or the sister down the street is listening, or whatnot. I imagine those lies go both ways, and I don't know if you can trust much of anything you've been told on the inside.
You with your 18 insight, you can tell Sage is, like, had these conversations, but, like, is repressed these thoughts. So these are, like, whoa to him that you're saying these things. But Sage nods. They'll kill you. They'll get too bright and they'll kill you.
Well, they better do it sooner than later, because if we get too powerful, they may not be able to. But perhaps we should make moves sooner than later, or that's up to you.
Moves. There's no moves.
There are moves, Sage. There are moves. So far, my plan, and I will include you on part of the plan. My plan is to get Gertrude back good in with the dwarves if we can, and then once that's the case, hopefully manipulate that situation into accessing some black powder, and then with your help, we can plant that black powder in the cult's church, and it may not fully end the cult, but blowing up their hiding place, that could put a damper on their activities.
Oh, that would be funny.
Perhaps you are not ready to hear these conversations, hear such words.
I have my own black powder. And if it comes to it, I'll make the bomb.
Who gave you black powder?
I stole it!
From who?
He raises his voice. Those damn guns! The undead.
Oh, I pat you, and I look at your bag. Oh, but how much do you have? You probably only have like 10 pounds. How much do you have?
10 pounds.
Yeah, we'll probably need hundreds. Each bomb might need 100. Maybe we need 5 or 6 of those. We might need upwards of 1,000 pounds strategically placed. Quistis just goes off on a ramble of like.
By the way, that plan that you've thought out is like Sage already had this plan, and I guess with this insight you can see like he's laughing at you to make it seem like oh I didn't think of this, but like he totally thought about this and totally that's like this is totally in his wheelhouse. This is okay.
Sick.
But what you're talking about is a crazy idea.
It's a good idea.
For the record.
And we should do it.
No, it's fucking crazy.
Hey, I know a bunch of people tried and failed to end the cult, but I'm not necessarily trying to end them. I'm just trying to do a big blow. And then maybe we get out of town for like 3 years or something.
What the fuck? No. Okay. Okay, we're throwing around ideas above table too, but yes, because the bomb idea is a grandiose plan. There's a lot of ways that could work. Mm-hmm. I like your idea though of getting access to black powder. Okay, Quistis and Sage conspire until this group disperses, I guess. Or, yeah, I don't know. If there's any other questions, or what do you...
Go ahead.
No, I wasn't going to say anything useful. You go.
Right, the group, they, hang out, laugh, talk with each other. And then some of them, sort of, one by one, most of them, some of them just like lay down and fall asleep on the deck. See Gug and his husband at one point when they're looking tired, sort of look over at each other and go inside the cabin.
Cool.
For the most part, the other orcs just sort of go ahead and fall asleep there. One of the orcs seems to notice that maybe Vusk is looking a bit tired, comes over and speaks to him, and you can tell by their body language is sort of a no, I'm fine, don't bother with me, but and sort of oh come on, don't be stubborn, and gets him up and helps him go down the stairs to below decks. And you guys give me insight checks.
Ooh. That is a weird little interaction. Let me see my insight here. I rolled a 17.
Wait, I'm so sorry. What did he say to him? Or what did he do?
You noticed, you get the sense of, from their whole interaction, their body language towards each other, their relationship is sort of like a devoted granddaughter who's, looks out for a beloved grandparent, who's sort of like, they sort of need a bit of care, but they're like, no, don't bother with me. But the grandchild takes care of them anyway.
I think he needed help down the stairs, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
I don't look into it too deeply.
Yeah, and you just
The nat one.
Just very, as I said, it seems like a grandparent. That she has made herself sort of his guardian helper. Probably over his protests, like he felt obliged to protest, but he does need her help.
Yep.
With my nat 1, I genuinely think it's like a Benjamin Button situation, and that's the mom and that's the child who's aging backwards.
Like you get it somehow you got it backwards, yeah. Like, wait a second, actually, is that an old woman?
Why is that child so frail? It's fine.
Benjamin Button. Only one logical solution. That is cool.
Yeah, so you see a bit of some people stay on duty. Some people just flat out crash out on the deck if they happen to be in the way. Somebody that's on duty that's trying to get by them, gives them a few kicks. Well, first a few nudges with their foot, and then a couple of kicks until they move. And you guys can rest if you want. I mean, you definitely have a short rest. You can sleep a little bit and turn it into a long rest if you wish. Or stay awake.
Is there somebody up in that eagle's nest?
Yes.
Where did the leader go? The man who stayed behind, I'm forgetting his name. What was his? There he is. He's the lightning arrow.
Gug, he and his husband went inside the cabin.
Where am I least likely to get kicked? Maybe like right here?
I'll go protect the boy. Go find a corner to sleep in, I guess. That's maybe safest over there. Quistis points the spot, or Sage will point to the spot that Quistis maybe wanted to go. That looks safe over there too. I like this place.
Okay, I'll put my elven hood on, kind of curl up into a ball over near the stairs and kind of the corner. I just want to roll a stealth check just for fun, because I do that. 21.
21.
And I will do a long rest. I will take that. Thank you.
I pull up a crate and sit next to my boy. Well. Any strength back? You barely touched the bread I gave you.
He says, after all that's happened, I feel like I'll never eat again. I have no appetite. All I can
Sage
think about are the cries of
oh no.
the people entrusted to keep me safe. They shouldn't have given their lives for me.
True.
Sage will nod. Sage is full and sleepy. Very sleepy. So Sage will say, yes, well, if you don't eat that bread, you're going to starve. And lean back with his crate and just lean it back against the wall and try to go to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah, trying to get him to eat and then basically going to sleep in short order.
All right, as you're falling asleep, you notice at one point a bit after the whole, thing where you tried to get Michelle to eat, like several minutes after, you hear a sigh, which coming from an orc that big is pretty loud. He steps back, picks up the bread that Michelle isn't eating, sort of shoves it in front of his mouth. He doesn't say a word, but very much in a "you will eat" sort of.
Yeah.
There's just sort of an intimidation and command where it's like,
you're not gonna deny him, are you?
yes.
Sage will say,
sort of don't feel like you have a choice, and then Michelle looks up at him for a bit and finally takes it and takes a bite out of it, and Grigor seems satisfied that he will continue to do as he was told, even though he wasn't told, and goes back to his watch.
Sage will nod and say, "Thank you."
Now, you don't see any sign that Grigor heard or not.
That's fine. I open up one eye. Is he eating?
He sort of absently nibbles at it.
There's the
a little bit, not hungrily or anything.
There's like a happy. It's not like a purring, but it's like one of those noises owls make, where he's just kind of ruffling, in a happy way, chortling, like but in a birdie kind of way, and is happy, and will kind of go to sleep at that.
Okay. All right, you're woken up as the it seems like the ship is getting underway. It's daytime by now. And at this height, you can even see a bit further to the horizon than you could from the city. And you see the sun is to the east. It's still blocked by the clouds. You can see areas that are actually bathed in dawn's light beyond the clouds.
Oh my god. I walk over to Sage. Sage?
Sage is leaning over the railing in the direction of the light.
I think
There's a glittering.
Fucking did it.
I guess we'll see. It's always darkest before the dawn.
There was a dark night we just went through.
I have taken a long rest. Yeah?
Yeah, you guys each get a long rest.
Sick.
Ooh.
What's your max health now?
I am at 45 HP.
Ooh, I'm right behind you. 41.
Very nice.
Hopefully I will quickly try and find the commander of the ship, the captain, and make myself available as messenger and scout envoy. Yeah.
Right, as day comes and the fog is gone, you find the ship is over here. My ping is blue over blue. Over the harbor. Let me grab a...
We must hurry. We must act quickly.
I agree. Time is of the essence.
Wait, what do you think we must act quickly for? Because I know we're not thinking the same thing.
We gotta get this ship docked. We need to help them.
Why are we not going to the air yards? Or is the air yards where they just build the ships, not where they launch the airship?
It's where they build it.
Okay.
Right now, they're floating over in the sky, far above the harbor.
Okay. You know what? In my brain, up until this moment, I figured the harbor was for actual boats and all the airships went to the air yard. But no, that makes way more sense that they only build them there.
Yeah, it's like a shipyard, but for airships.
Yeah.
All the goods still go to the docks, you know? That's we're all businesses.
So you see the ship begins to slowly descend. Orders are being shouted about. You see Gug consulting with Grigger. Gug comes over to you and says, Grigger wishes to know what is the best approach to show that we mean no harm. For Oryx, we would approach with weapons ready to show that we respect them as threats.
Don't do the opposite of that.
May not see that as respectful and honorable.
I understand what you're asking me. We must comport ourselves with weapons stowed, as humans, since they are slow and quick to fumble, may mistake your honesty with worse intentions. Humans may misunderstand weapons drawn.
Reports this to Grigger. Grigger just gives a quick response. Gug says, Grigger finds humans a strange and unknowable people. The ship slowly lowers. He says, at what height do you think we should move over the city?
I don't know if you should move over the city.
Rob, have I ever had to deal with the airship law in the city?
No. Growing up here, you've seen them a couple of times, but it's sort of like as rare as having seen the space shuttle launch. You know, they're not common like normal ships. They're
Well, like if you were a foreign nation flying over like an American city, radios would have obviously contacted you long before. However, if there were no radios and you got to that city, and you were flying low, it feels like and we live in a world where planes are common. Feels like that would just be taken badly, but maybe it's very common. Like I could see a steampunk universe where like you're in one of those airships, the blimps, and like those are just parked over cities all the time. So maybe it's
blimp
like that.
Chill.
Yeah.
But this is not a blimp. This is a warship, right? With spikies.
I think blimps could have been warships too, but correct, yeah.
But, this is a spiky orc ship, is what I'm saying. This is a aggressive vessel.
I think I'm maybe being overly careful, but Sage, if you wanted to fly to it and like tell them that we were coming and that we're friendly, like you mentioned, I think last session that you might do, that might be a good idea.
Yeah. So Rob, number one, I'm curious about relaying a message. I think a white flag would suffice as showing we're not hostile, right? Or would there be some other kind
that
of
would be
signal?
typical, like a banner of truce.
I hope they have a white flag on the ship. Perhaps you could have that flying. If not, I would like to provide my services as an envoy. I can deliver messages to towers and to the queen. Like, we can get this message so that they are safe to enter. Depends on what kind of assurances they want. It doesn't sound like they want assurance. Like, they're just like, okay, we'll do it. Like, they're like, hell or high water, they're fine with it. But I would like to send a message ahead of them if I could. I just don't know the best logistic person to send it to.
Doug says, can you not bring it to your war chief?
Sage shakes his head. In human society, they organize things based on pecking order and status. Even though I am a proficient warrior, I am a tower guard. Tower captain. I have some sway. I can stop the towers from shooting upon you, but I need time to send a message ahead.
But uses a war chief that does not listen to the words of her warriors. How do you even function in that way?
True.
Sage nods as if this is a wise question. Well, they lie and they cheat. That makes up for it, mostly.
But I think the confusion that you're having is that it's not structured like a war tribe. There's this thing called a monarchy, and they think they're appointed by gods to rule. And probably if somebody very powerful came in and killed them and took over, maybe that would work, but also there are systems in place, and maybe they would be rejected. There's a whole underlying thing with humans. I admit, it is pretty weird.
There's a lot of humans down there. Yeah. That's the other thing. And they all like to live in one place. So, that seat is pretty hotly fought over. There's a lot of war chiefs, in fact, defending that seat. So, I don't know. You might get shot down by people that it's not our... Like, I have no sway over many of the decisions that are made.
And a lot of the time, the war that wins, or the battle that wins, isn't fought with, like, a blade. It's fought with, like, a pen and with the tongue and with the popularity of people. Politics is fun. And then I turn to Sage.
I know personally the Lord to the Market of Scales. Is that the Gate of Scales, then?
It's the new gate.
If you wish to, I could talk to the Lord. I kind of gesture over. That's the Lord's son, so that Lord will probably accept you to park there. May even give you a reward, considering it was your ship that brought home his son.
Does this Lord, are they able to speak with the Queen?
I'm pretty sure the Baron can. Right? The Baron can, right? He is...
The Count is way more likely to be able to.
That is who I would ask to send the message to the Queen. Correct.
Mm.
Oh, we don't want to just go talk to the Queen ourselves? I butt in. Which is absolutely going against what you said earlier.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Sage looks at you. Like, gives you the floor to make your point. Like, is like, okay.
I mean, we spoke with her personally. Maybe the guards wouldn't just let us in, but... And I hate to always just run to the elves, but Elvania could get us an introduction, probably. I mean, we are the saviors of the city, right?
Because she knows us by name, and quite frankly, we are the ones leading the Vanguard operation. She will want us to debrief her on what we did.
The Queen?
What? Correct.
Yeah. So we could just, like, walk in there. Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying, like, it was a hard time to, like...
Sage is nodding, but you with your high insight, you're like, Sage is like, yes, this is my plan. Yes, okay. I know I could. Okay. Like, to expound on my reasoning, yes, we could go directly to the Queen, but I think going here, flying a flag of peace, and then going to the, it's the Count who controls the new gate. It completes the quest of the side quest that we have going on right now.
True.
And it also connects to, like, I want these orcish guys to know the Count. Like, I think that connection would be valuable for us.
What if we drop him off, and then how cool would it be if we just flew over the city pretty fucking low and got everyone's attention, and like,
yes,
and just flew right down Queensway, right to the castle, and then we drop down from the ship right in front of the castle. The guards come out and like get ready to attack us because that's fucking weird. But then we're obviously like, no, we're saviors of the city. We did it.
Well, I was gonna fly the white flag. If they needed somebody to run it, I could hang from the bottom of the ship and run a white flag. Hopefully they won't shoot at me.
I'm sure they won't. It'll be fine.
Well, they should know me at the new gate.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll fly the white flag and we go to the new gate. Does that seem like a solid plan?
Yeah.
All right. Where do you get a white flag?
Oh, they don't have one?
Gug says, I've heard that when you're beaten, you fly a white flag, but how do dead people fly a flag? Won't the fact that they're dead mean they're beaten? Never understood this custom.
Let me explain this human custom in this way. For you, when someone is surrendered, it is equivalent to them being dead. Humans use surrender to say, I don't want to die right now. So, that's what the white flag means.
Where do we get a white flag?
If their death seems as if it will be dishonorable, they fly the flag asking to be allowed a more honorable death.
Hopefully they don't die at all if they flow the white flag, but sometimes you're right. Yeah. You're wise. Wow. You're pointing out things I never thought of. Okay.
It also just means you come in peace. It doesn't necessarily have to mean surrender or anything. It just means I'm not going to attack you as long as you don't attack us.
It does mean truce, right?
Yeah. So it can also be like the flag of the sheathed blade.
Exactly.
Precisely. Yeah, precisely. Do you have an illusion spell, Quistis?
No. Not as, or maybe actually I've got. No, I think I got rid of it. I got Prestidige, but that's not. I think you're thinking of like minor illusion. Yeah.
At one point, I had a disguise kit, but I threw that away.
I have disguise
proficiency.
self.
Could you disguise self on me? No, it's on self only. So you would have to disguise yourself and make yourself look like you're wearing all white.
You make yourself. I think we're overthinking it. The dead don't fly airships. We're fine.
Yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna call out to them. I'm gonna hang from a rope, and I will call out to them. And let's just go very slowly.
Okay, over towards the new gate.
Yeah.
All right. So as you fly over the city, you can see there are. It looks like fresh scorch marks on the wall, and there's damage, and you realize that maybe the undead in the harbor tried to take advantage of the fact that most of the or that a large amount of the fighting forces of the city had gone out to face the undead to make an attack on the gate. Looks like the gate didn't fall.
Fuck yeah.
As you fly over here, and you can see black and the blue Dracoliches they're no longer just like doing patrols around the city. They're staying out of ballista range, but very, very much circling, keeping an eye on the staying near to the Orcish airship.
Like circling us?
Out here. Well, they're out here. They can't pass over the city walls, but they're like, instead of like, oh, we're just patrolling in case there's something, like, here's something big,
yeah.
This Orcish airship, the kind of thing that they're normally looking for times 100.
I see.
I stand on the ship and give them both my fingers. I tell both of the dragons to fuck off.
How far away are those dragons from us?
They're like out here.
I keep giving them
They're
the
up
finger.
high, so they're out of ballista range at that place. Yeah.
Understood.
They got good eyesight. They can see my fingers. They know what this means.
The blue roars a challenge at the Orcish airship.
Custis, I wouldn't start doing that. Sage is like actually scared of these things that you're taunting.
I keep taunting.
Takes
them.
a little bit. Stop! Put that down!
You're on a.
shit.
You're not
walks
flying.
away
You're
from
on a
you.
rope
Sage-
underneath the ship. What are you doing?
Oh, you're right. I am. Well,
Why aren't you flying?
I have an instinct of roleplay. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Like
But
the scene smash cuts to me flying at full speed.
I have a sage's voice in my head saying, "Be more responsible. Come on, don't be a sore winner." I continue to be a sore winner. I'm like, "Fuck you. We did it. You is." I moon him, and then I do that little pig face. I do my nose up at him, like.
Got him. No, I guess you can tell. Sage is just worried about these, like scared of the dragons.
Probably should be.
He's under the effects of dragon fear, you could say.
Okay.
All right, you as you look out, you can see a lot of the battle took place, or the battle took place after midnight because that's when the dead rise. You know, the freshly dead. So you can see some of the bodies, dead horses, dead people that the undead seem to be sort of protecting, waiting for them to become allies. Some of them are even gathering them and pulling them back behind the fortifications. You can see where the undead fortifications, a lot of them have burned. You can see the tower in the center of the bridge took a lot of fighting. There's even some bodies scattered on the bridge. You know, re-killed undead, or that aren't going to come back again, are all around. Lots of charred bodies that maybe were either died by fireball or people weren't able to bring the bodies back, and so set fire to them so they wouldn't rise up as undead enemies. You can see it was a big battle. As you pass over the wall over here, you see Bernadette. I mean, basically everybody on the towers is out watching. You see Bernadette just gawking as she recognizes you hanging from this rope.
I wave. And ecstatic, happy, waving.
Yeah, you see Bertrand is in the Manticore.
Oh, in the gunner seat.
He has it trained on the airship. He recognizes you, and whereas all the other tower folk are just they're pointing at you, they're gawking, they're clearly talking to each other like, "Do you see what I see? Wait, is that the captain?" Whereas Bertrand, you see, just kind of gives you a knowing nod of acknowledgement.
Hell yeah.
The Manticores are all tracking you. You're kind of hoping there's not somebody doesn't get an itchy trigger finger.
Reignite this Cold War.
And so the ship comes over here over the Market of Scales, which is meant to be sort of a joke, like traders using scales, but also it's a fish market.
Yep.
And the ship comes. It's at about 80 feet over the ground, well over the roofs. Actually, it'll come down to 50 feet. And they lower ropes. Gug says to Quistis, "Perhaps you and your folk should go first to show that we are not at war with your people and to explain things.
I agree. I'll drop down the rope.
Go down the rope.
All right, you see nervous archers and crossbow people all watching, people that don't have ranged weapons, that just sort of nervously standing watching this this ship. And as you guys lower down, you see the Count comes out of the new gate to meet you on the ground, flanked by 4 determined-looking knights that, normally they would just be looking very determined and dangerous, but they're sort of in a situation like, how do we defend against an airship in the air with a sword?
Count, you like they just
authoritative.
Like they just on the other side of the wall had the conversation with the Count. You can't go out there. It's not safe. It's an airship. We can't defend you. And the Count's like, I don't care. We're going outside. And it's like, well, now I guess we're defending him in the courtyard.
Can't really do anything.
Oh. Sage will call out to stand down your weapons. Is making these calls out to people. Calling out friendly ship. I don't know. I don't know more ways to say that.
And we've got Green Morgan with us. We've got everyone from, we've got like 6 people from Eastwall, Lothar's Tower with us. So we all come down and we've got Michelle with us. So I imagine as soon as they see everyone, they relax a little bit. But if they don't or anything, I'll say, yes, we have returned, the saviors of the city. Do not meet us with your blade. For you need to put out your hand and welcome us back with honor.
All right, you see, I could first the Count, as people are coming down the ropes. You guys were the first down. It says, I remember you. I recognize you. You were... Then he, he's, sort of projecting, even though this is a crazy situation, as if he's, has sort of an air of command, as if somehow he's in control of the situation. But then you see him stop. His jaw just drops. And all of sort of being the Count, this aura of authority just disappears. And he's... just suddenly you see just the man, completely stunned. I think whispers, Michelle?
He's wounded, but he's alive.
You're welcome.
And you see he's staring at Michelle, who's just come down the rope.
I'll say, you're welcome, by the way.
Yeah, you feel like he's not even hearing you.
Of course, yeah.
Sage will put a hand on your shoulder as you say you're welcome for the second time, give you a nod, let him have his moment, shaking his head, you're being too much, come,
just let him
the
be
boy's
known.
about to break,
that boy
he's about to break
died.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see Michelle looks... He can't even look at his father. He looks ashamed. He's looking down. And then his father just breaks and runs towards him and just grabs him. And even pulls him off the ground. And just starts weeping. And Michelle seems as if he didn't expect this. You can tell that he just feels ashamed that he's failed. It's sort of like he doesn't know what to do with, and feels like he doesn't deserve it, his father's embrace.
But really, he never had to do anything for his father's love. He had his father's love all along.
You can hear them whispering to each other, talking low. His 4 guards are sort of like, shit, what do we do here? Like, would we be intruding? Do we stay right here? They sort of, one of them looks to the others, and they just sort of one of them seems to take charge and just have them hold their position and let the Count and his son have their moment. It goes on for a couple of minutes as you just stand there, maybe getting a little awkward.
I'll just look back up the rope to see if the orcs are like chilling still. They're looking at us, or
yeah, you'd see they're watching. Several of them look a little displeased. It's hard to tell why. But like if something about what they're looking at is, is not making them happy. Gug doesn't seem to be displeased by what he's seeing. He seems like maybe he's enjoying the moment. Grigor doesn't seem to have any response. Just seems stoic, looking down. And then finally, after a couple of minutes, the Count's with sort of guiding his son forward with one arm around him, comes to you. Thought I'd lost him. And he embraces first Quistis and then Sage.
I embrace him back. Yeah. And a change of pace for Sage. Pat him on the back.
Says, you brought my life back. How did you do it? Thought I'm lost.
Sage will nod slowly. It was the ship that brought him back. We just got lucky. Your son, well, he's even luckier.
We found him on the back of a dragon. Your son, the Dragon Slayer. He saved us, really. And I look at the Michelle and I give him a smile and a wink. We were running for our lives after exploding the gun, and we were hiding in a mill, and out of nowhere, your son, on the back of a dragon, falling down from the sky, with his blade, both like in a knife, in the dragon's neck, riding it very masterfully down to its death. And then we came out to greet him.
Stella's looking down and says, she is trying to do me service, but none of that is true. The dragon made a pass. The horses scattered. We couldn't control them. I could hear it hunting down my men in groups. I was already badly injured by that point. Then I heard fighting in the air. Dragon furious. I saw it. These people arrived, and then the dragon fell through the building that we were taking cover in. The orcs slew it. And they took us all aboard. The Count looks up at the ship and says, Do any of you speak Voudernese? You hear Gug call down an affirmation. Says, Thank you for returning my son. I had lost hope that nothing could bring him back, and he was brought back with the most impossible manners that I would not even have imagined. Come, I offer you hospitality in the gate. I will meet you in my chambers, and I promise you safety while we talk and while I thank you. You see Gug talk to Grigger. He just gives a little nod. And he says, I thank you. And he sort of just feather falls down. Two orcs come down, sort of, like they're acting as an honor guard, with their axes out. And they're sort of looking. Seems like they're really pissed off at the Count's guards. And Gug whispers to you, very angry that your soldiers do not draw their weapons to show that they respect us as a threat. Your towers pointed their ballistas, but these people seem to think they're above us and that we are nothing to them.
Ooh, big faux pas.
The two orcs brandish their axes a little bit. The guards draw their swords, like ready to strike, or ready to defend. The Count holds up his hand, sort of prevent them from making any attack. The orcs look a little more pleased, like, now you admit we're threats. He says, there's no need for battle. And he leads you all inside the new gate.
Follow along.
Hells yeah.
Let's see, up towards the top of the tower. Meaning bottom of the map? All right. So down there, he leads into this room. He motions for the guards to stay outside. One says, "My Count, what if they attempt to harm you? As they have an airship parked over our heads. If they meant to try to harm me, they would have done so already." The guard looks not very happy with that. He gives sort of a... Not being able to do anything else, he just kind of gives a warning look to each of the orc honor guard. Seem to look pleased at this, rather than being chastened. And the guards step out. You see Gug is sort of staring around at the fine carpets, all the fancy stuff here approvingly. As if he's never seen such finery. And is happy to finally see it. Just sort of like somebody, walking into Versailles going, "Oh, wow, look how fancy." Gug says, "I come to speak on behalf of the Black Peak Orcs and our war chief, Rigger. You speak for the Queen."
Oh.
The Count says, "I can bear word to the Queen. I am in her councils. I cannot speak for her. I speak as a father. Say thank you for bringing my son back to me." He seems to have sort of his Count face back on, although you detect just like the slightest little bit of break inside. Of emotion, having his son back. As we mean no harm, Udinese. We are on a journey. We came to stop here for supplies, to re-equip, gain the wisdom of some of your leaders. There are people we wish to speak to learn their wisdom. Before we go further, we have heard that many of the wisest people of Udine can be found here. The Queen, the leaders of the Loranian and Peonian churches, and even a legion of battle mages. We could have words with each of these for our journey, as well as supplies, as a gift to show our acknowledgement and our respect. We have slain one of the Dracoliches and burned 4 of the ships of your enemies. This is our gift to your Queen. The Count looks a little like this is not what he was expecting, but adjusting. He says, "Well, thank you. I shall let the Queen know what you've done for her."
I pipe up. Count, If I can. Can I call you Count? I'd rather... What's his name?
The Count Lorenz?
Lorenz. I'll go over to him, put my arm around him.
There's the Duke de Lorenz. He's like the Queen's greatest rival. Sort of frenemy. Unfriendly rivals. He is one of the Duke's men. He's not in direct line to the Queen, like in terms of, the feudal thing, but he's the Count d'Armentois.
Count. Can I call you Count? I'll call you Count. Count. And I'll put my arm around him. Don't let a humble little elf like myself tell you how to do your job. But, you see, I got a feeling this is the first time airship has been in the area in a while. It's the first time orcs as fine as these have helped the city, and now they want to communicate directly with the Queen. I think doing that introduction, bringing these fine warriors into the city, I think you will forever be remembered for that. Don't let this moment just fly by. I suggest you, your son, myself, the orcs, we get back on the airship. We fly slowly down Queensway as you have some of your guards on horses or on foot traveling below us with your flag or whatnot. You're in the front of the ship, waving to the people. We are victors returning from battle. And I think we fly directly to the Queen, and we do this the proper style.
It is not to me to
He's no vision.
invite people further into the city. But I will go to the Queen myself. You have leave to hold position over the market. If you let us know what supplies you need, we can see what we can provide in terms of food or other provisions. I will speak with the Queen. I will bring that proposal to her, but in the end it will be her who makes the decision, since this is her city.
I'll take a step away from him. All right.
Doug acknowledges. And you see he's sort of, he's been, spending a lot of time glancing around at various things in here, appreciating the finery. And he is looking over at some bottles. Says, is that silverine? Count looks over at the bottles and says, oh, yes. Gug says, we are in desperate need of silverine. May I take this as part of our reprovisioning? The Count looks a little surprised. It's, sure, how much would you need? Looks like there's more. He says, you've brought me my son. I shall deliver a keg outside to be hauled up to your ship. You can tell to Gug this is like a dream come true. One of his greatest wishes. He says, thank you, my Count. I will bring word of this back to my war chief. We shall hold position here. We will make no attack unless attacked. We will not draw first blood. You have my word. But we stand ready to defend ourselves. The Count sort of nods. He says, I'll make arrangements here, and then I will head to the Queen myself shortly. He looks to Sage and Quistis. He says, perhaps you should accompany me. You seem to have been in the thick of it. Perhaps can answer questions she may have that I cannot.
Most wise.
I nod.
I shall accompany you. This would be a great honor.
Absolutely. I nod.
And Gug says, Count, is the silverine in those bottles of a similar vintage to the keg you're going to provide? May I test it to... may I test it? Count is sort of, sure. He goes and pours a goblet full. Gug ignores the goblet, seems like, oh, you get the impression that Gug's like, oh, the Count is saving some for himself in the goblet. He takes the bottle. First, he takes some big swigs, then realizes, like, oh wait, they're like fancy here in Mariah. And then tries to not just gulp it down. He's like, oh, you see him get lost in himself for a bit. The bubbles. That bubbles just like I heard. He just seems to be in a bit of rapture at his first taste of champagne.
The high life. He's made it.
It's like, yes, this is a very good vintage. You have my thanks.
Quistis says, that's actually not quite champagne. It seems obtuse to point it out, and I apologize. But to be champagne, it has to be elven make. That's probably just bubbly wine, but, it's probably fine.
The Count looks as if you've just insulted his family line, and he says, elves cannot make silverine. To be silverine, it has to be grown in the silverine region of Voudenay.
Oh, so it's not champagne, it's silverine. Oh, okay, so we're both correct,
well, I mean, you don't have...
really.
It's basically silverine is champagne.
Yeah, okay.
I see. That's fucking sick, though.
But, it's like the French are all when, Californian growers are like, yes,
yes,
we make champagne here. And they're like, no, you make sparkling wine in California. So, says, I will bring word to Grigor and make sure that Grigor also approves of this vintage. I'm sure he will. Then he takes the bottle with him. The Count makes a few arrangements, sort of like, okay, you have command of the tower, blah, blah, blah. And he immediately sets off, as soon as that's quickly done, towards the castle.
Okay, we'll go with
you
him.
guys in tow, and he's... Basically, we don't have to roleplay, but he's asking a lot of questions about what happened, about your mission, getting a recap as you walk through the city. Hearing asking about the Baron, etc.
Is there anything we would hold back? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything we would. Yeah, we tell it all.
Yeah.
All right, so he's is able to in a world where there's disguised self and magics, they don't just immediately wave him through. They do detect magic first to make sure he's not hidden by an illusion that, oh no, it's the real thing, or he's not polymorphed or alter self form.
Smart, because I was going to come disguised as him and rob this joint. I wasn't going to. Where do we come in at? Where's the front door? Oh, right here where Chloe is.
Yeah, there's two. There's the main entrance over here that goes into the Great Hall. And then there's sort of a side entrance that goes into, sort of the administrative wing, which is where you're let in.
Oh, the administrative. Okay, cool.
Yeah, where people have meetings and things.
Oh, I remember this.
Where the work gets done.
Oh, yeah, we're still there. Okay, cool. I'll delete this character. Yeah.
And you see, as you're brought in, the when you saw the queen before, she looked, incredibly put together. Sort of like, an actor, on set with the makeup perfect, the perfectly coordinated clothing and everything. This, she's still wearing, jewels and clothing that, costs more than a typical peasant makes in a lifetime. But she looks like she hasn't slept. Her hair is not all perfectly put together. The strands of it have come loose here and there. There's just something you can sense, not just she hasn't slept, but like, she's been under stress for at least 24 hours. That's, nonstop, unending stress.
That actually makes me feel
More
better
so
about
than
her.
normally.
Yeah, that's good. She should be.
It's weighing heavy.
Yeah.
Heavy as the crown. And I see. Oh.
She welcomes the, each of you in with a nod. The Count gives his, sort of his report of everything from his side, and everything that you reported to him. Well, he, she listens attentively, but she asks a few questions here and there, like for clarification. Occasionally the Count has to turn to you for some details.
Yep.
When
awesome.
we first walked in, I would have said, "My queen, it is so great to see you again." And I would have gotten as close as I could, which I guess is directly next to her, and I would have like reached out my hand for her hand, and I would have kissed her hand. Does she let me do that?
As you're doing so, when her major domo notices that, in almost a Secret Service, moving to stop an aggressor, but in this case, not to stop an aggressor, but to stop somebody from breaking protocol,
Okay.
which in his mind is almost worse.
Yeah, I annoyed him last time. Let's do that again.
Yeah, springs into action and guides you over to a chair.
Ah, terrible. All right. I let him.
And sits over on this side of her now. Like you're the problem student that threw a spit wad and he's keeping an eye on you.
Okay. I'll move one way and let him sit between.
Interesting.
No, he's good. He's good. I did have ulterior motives.
That's funny.
And so after she gets everything recapped by the count, the queen turns to the two of you. Tequistus first. And says, "You've spent time with these orcs. What is your impression of them?"
They're good people. I think as long as we aren't hostile towards them, they'll keep their word and not be hostile towards us. Their customs are a little strange, so we may want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I think they consider aggression towards one another as commonplace. Like, if you're aggressive to someone, and that's a sign of respect in their regards. There was an incident regarding they suggested maybe they approached the city bearing weapons because in their culture that's what you would do to show respect. So as long as there's a little bit of a understanding that their culture is vastly different, then I think they can be trusted as long as your interests are, aligned, which I think they are.
What are their interests? Why is there an orc ship here?
Oh, God.
I believe to understand that, you might want to understand their war chief. They are a tribe led and directed by that chief.
Who is their war chief? What can you tell me about them?
The war chief we have not spoken to, correct? Or
yeah.
He's always been sequestered.
Did notice that he acted. He hasn't spoken a word of Udine. He's but I think you did pick up that at one point he did give away that he at least understood Voudinese. Like he did something that indicated that he understood what you guys said at one point, although it seems like he's trying not to.
He's a very clever leader. He, I believe, knows the language we speak, but attempts not to partake in it. And I will also tell about the orcish warrior who was very silent and very focused and very tired and scarred. These are veteran warriors. And the reason they are here is because there's like a war happening. That's the perspective that Sage brings. They are following the hunt. We were lucky enough to just be in their wake, as it were.
The Major Domo says they have plenty of war with the undead up in Segova. Why have they come to the siege? When war is at their doorstep. Something's going on. Do you have any clues or insights as to what that may be?
This is about their homeland in Segova?
Yes, the Major Domo says they have war against the undead in Segova. Why did they come here to the siege and not simply fight the undead on their doorstep?
I think it's the dragons. I will tell the story about how the dragons are, like, their activity following the ship, and how the orcs hunted them using lightning. It seems like they're kind of like a package deal, maybe. That's the perspective I have. That they are following the enemies of the undead, or one of the servants, which is the dragons, these Draco Liches. The Draco Liches just happen to be here at the moment.
Queen says, so it's your opinion that they are dedicated hunters of Draco Liches, and perhaps they have followed these to the siege?
They're at least capable enough of the feats. Whether they are what they're dedicated to, brotherhood, honor. They care for their elders. And their elders are far from weak. Yet, even in their old age, they still allow themselves to have the help once explained. They, I believe, are the strongest kinds of allies you can make. But I am a warrior, not a queen. It is for you to decide.
Queen says, I've been informed of Orcish heraldry, and that the insignia on the sails of the ship, the red blade, that is the ruling clan, the ruling legions of the Orcish Empire in Segova.
I didn't know that.
I have been told by my mages who have observed them through clairvoyance that many of those orcs on that ship have the insignia of the Black Peak clan. I am told it is an extremely a rugged, a tough clan that has been in disfavor within Segova for a long time. Do you know why these Black Peaks would be flying, or so disfavored, would be flying a Red Blade warship?
I didn't pick this up. That's a hard. What do you think, Quistis?
I do not know.
I don't know the difference between the two clans. I know of the state of their... They accepted us as part of their mission. We fought alongside them.
Yes, that means we're a type of family. They called me their battle sister.
The Majordomo says, we must find out what this means, that a disfavored clan is in possession of a Red Blade airship, one of their prized possessions, one of their greatest weapons. We must consider that they may have been trying to bind these two warriors as allies, trying to curry their favor so they would speak well of them. They have some intention. They're here. We do not know what it is yet. Things are not as they appear. Queen nods and says, thank you for everything you've shared. This information is important and gives me a lot to think about.
They appeared very interested in the plays of your city. This could be a bridge. The diplomatic one amongst them. I believe favorable discussions could be had. Yeah.
And Queen says, what can you tell me about the diplomat? If he is to be our link to them, understanding him would be to our advantage.
Seems to be in a leader role. He didn't actually go down on the ships, as far as I understand. He wasn't on the ground. He was leading, managing the ship. These questions you have about the reasons for the politics, he might have the answers you seek there. What was his name? Grug? Is it Grog? Gug. It's just Gug. Yeah, it's just Gug. The Count met him. He is, he's honest.
Yes. I don't have a mind for politics. As the highest levels of the humans, I'm sure know, there is no elven queen. That's just something that we say in an attempt to level with you so that you understand our kind a little bit better. But I don't understand. Your man here is telling you to be suspicious and probably not open with them. As far as I can tell, they seem like good, honest people, if not different, just different than us. It would be my advice that you go in actually expecting to make a friend or to make an ally. Gug, he's a good man. He seems like a good orc. He saved us when we needed it, and I don't think it was just to gain a relationship with the city. I think it was just to save us.
The Majordomo says, understood, although if he is their diplomat, my queen, best remember that an honest diplomat is the poorest. In order to be a good diplomat, to smooth, to make way, a good diplomat hides and conceals. If he has won these over, he is perhaps a very good diplomat. May not mean us harm, but he may not speak with complete honesty.
That is certainly true. I didn't quite have the time to understand their true motives. I admit I was distracted by the work at hand.
The queen thinks for a bit and says to the count, inform them that they may lay anchor in Cathedral Square, where the whole city can see and admire the prodigy of this ship among us, and where they will be safe from any approach by the Dracoliches until such time as they choose, as well as closer to the castle. Once they've established themselves there, I will come to meet with them at the cathedral. Major Domo says, yourself, my queen, shouldn't... There's but one ship and one apparently disfavored clan of orcs. Perhaps the Count could be our agent. She says, I would meet with them to get their measure myself. Major Domo nods and says, you are wise, my queen. I'll arrange it. She looks over to you and says, you had the insight to realize that the orcs, different customs, different signs of respect. When I meet with them, is there anything that I should have? Is there anything that they would like that would show our favor to them? Do you give advice on this meeting from what you've observed?
I would wear your finest armor, because that would be a show of respect. And maybe your biggest weapon. Not because you're going to use it, but again, respect. And he took a special interest, and I looked to Sage. What was that drink he really liked? Champagne? Silver something?
Silverine?
Perhaps, if you kept that flowing. Or, something even better. They would like that.
It seemed that he genuinely was tasting that for the first time as well. So yeah, I think that's like a good note, that like seemed to be genuinely interested in the high culture. Yeah.
You may want to introduce yourself with maybe some of the great deeds you've done. That would be... After the battle, they kind of spoke about their great deeds, and I even named myself as such. Quistis the Great Wand, Quistis the Shadow Shooter, the Shadow Bow Woman, I don't know, whatever. You might tell them some of your great deeds as you introduce, and if they do show a sign of aggression, it's probably as a test, and you should just show some aggression back. But take it as a test.
They like to test. They did a lot of that. Yeah. Be prepared for them to put you on the back foot.
But they're not sly about it. It's very obvious what they're doing once you're kind of aware. So I don't want that to take away from that I think they're good people. But they did show us kindness.
I guess maybe if they're getting bad vibe, I've been trying to show them good vibes of them. So yeah, that's a good point, Quistis. That maybe we're being a little bit too negative. I don't know. Okay. I'm tired. Sorry.
Yeah, the Major Domo says, my queen, I suggest you meet with them with, among your normal guard, 2 of our best mages. They could see it as a sign of respect for their strength. Our mages are legend among many other cultures. And they would be ready to protect you. And their capabilities would be unknown. The orcs may feel they could best one of us in combat, but they would not know the capabilities of a mage.
I concur. That's a good idea.
They might have some magical powers. I don't. They have magic of other means. Yeah. Who knows? Perhaps that's a secret they're hiding. But I suppose magical secrets are the most closely guarded.
She nods and says, thank you for everything you've brought me, she says to Quistis and Sage.
And discovering of the guns and saving the city. I'll pipe up. But with a smile.
I want to specifically mention how the Count's men that he sacrificed and the valiant efforts of his son basically like cleared the third gun for us. That when we I think that's an important story to that's a pretty dark story, and that's maybe the darkest story I'd share in such polite company. Of basically how all those knights died, giving us the ability to clear that gun. Yeah, I want to be pretty intentional in bringing this up as like a point of talking well about the Count here, right?
Okay, you explain that.
Yeah.
The Queen says to you, you were on the mission to destroy the guns?
Sage nods.
Sage and I
led
yes. It. And the Count's son was on a different mission. Same mission? Similar mission.
Our vessels were separated on our first wave. They ended up in a different location. Most of the time, the White Dragon spent picking them off. Took about 10 minutes. They ended up fighting their way to the guns, clearing out the resistance there, but a Pyrrhic victory.
And you have my thanks as saviors of the city.
You're very welcome.
Those guns are gone for now. There's like a weight that when Sage says that like even he was like, okay, they're done.
She says, I have these orcs and the aftermath of the battle to attend to, but rest assured, I be quite gracious in my gratitude, and I do not forget sacrifices made for the realm, the city, or for me. She gives a respectful nod towards you.
I bow my head graciously.
I bow.
She says to the Count, bring word back to the orcs when they've established themselves in Cathedral Square. And when meeting chambers have been arranged at the cathedral, I will be there.
Okay.
All right, you guys are dismissed. The count, or not the count, the major domo ushers you on out. You can give me an insight check here.
Do you want me at all to do deception for my helping of my ally, or are these not deceptions? I guess.
Well, what do you see as a deception that you would have to?
She bought into it quite well, like you were saying, whereas he gave sacrifices for the realm, right? Which I don't know. I was saying it in a kind of way that was kind of manipulative to like give him the like. But he deserve. I think he does genuinely deserve the recognition for that. So, yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking about that. You said insight. Let me do that first, though.
Okay.
Got a 13.
You pick up a bit that, it's sort of, in a way, it's sort of meant to be like the good things flow from the queen. The major domo is like, oh man, he's sort of the negative jerk, and he's the one who's all hung up on protocol and etc. But you kind of pick up that it's a team. That's the plan. He's sort of the hatchet man, the enforcer.
Huh.
But not just because he's a jerk or something. I mean, maybe he is, maybe he's not, but just sort of, oh, I see how this goes. She gets to be, she always gets to be the good one.
Good cop, bad cop.
Yeah. It might be as much an act. I mean, maybe that's just generally who they are, and that's, maybe they really are good cop, bad cop, or maybe it's like, okay, this is the plan, that it's a well-oiled machine at this point for how they deal with the world.
I see.
As we're being ushered out, I want to say, Queen, I like making friends. I like knowing people. May I write you?
She has a moment of looking genuinely caught off guard or surprised by that, and then gives a little smile and says, yeah, send word whenever you need.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but you sort of, I think what sort of made you tune into that, Sage, was that the queen leaves sort of the, like the impression that she'd be happy to talk to you all day. And the major domo gives the impression that, he would just have you send a list of bullet points so as not to take up the queen's time.
Right.
Just trying to get everybody out as fast as possible because the queen has so much to do. But that's sort of how this works. It's so the queen can actually meet all the people she has to meet. Like when somebody in the White House takes you to the Oval Office and says you have 45 seconds to talk to the president.
Yep. That timeline it shrinks.
Yeah. All right, you leave. You're back in Mariah. But it's been less than 24 hours, but it's been a crazy 24 hours. It feels like, wow.
Yeah. So
you
much
walk
happened.
back to your ship? You go back to the tower? What do you guys do?
It's quite a long walk back. So the meeting at their cathedral, are they gonna do that, or are we going to have to set up the message between the orcs?
Well, the Count was supposed to bring word back to the orcs. You could be part of that if you've got something else you want to do, and just leave that to him to arrange.
What do you think, Quistis? You think going to the cathedral, watching what your new pen pal does?
I honestly don't really know if I care about that meeting as much, and maybe it's better if that's a little bit of a mystery. We can maybe get the highlights from him when we talk to the orc, and that could be fun. But I kind of wouldn't. I would like it to be known that we're involved in this. So if we rode on the front of the ship, just like as it went to the square, and then we could just like dip out after that, that would be okay.
So I believe I rode on the ship coming in through the over the thieves market and all that stuff. Did you want to get your action shot flying on the ship too?
Yeah, maybe just like the aura farming where Quistis is at the front of the ship with the leg up. She's waving. We're flying low. She's waving to all the people around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe she's like smoking a big cigar or something and like having a drink and just like, it's a good time. And she's definitely seen doing it.
Let's make sure that's good. I like that.
All right, so you guys return to the airship then.
Okay.
Gug meets with the Count, who explains everything. Gug nods. He looks over to the two of you. Sort of a look, kind of like, would you like to join us?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, he nods and smiles. You guys climb the ropes.
I suggest Michelle come too and be seen, but maybe he doesn't want to, doesn't feel like he's earned it.
Yeah, you could tell he feels deeply ashamed.
Yeah.
And unworthy.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not up to it at the moment, I'd assume. Harrowing last 24 hours.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like, when someone might be saying to a soldier, "Why aren't you excited? You had a great victory." And it's like, because everybody I know died next to me.
It was a fucking tragedy.
All right, the ship moves across the city. Actually, it'll turn. Goes sort of directs it to turn, and it does. At Gug's direction, just kind of the huge. You have the impression that Gug is a bit of an aura farmer all on his own.
So we bond over that. I can appreciate game. Game appreciates game.
You both, you and Grug both quickly realize you're both trying to aura farm in the same way. You're like, wait, we both wanted to. Oh,
I give him a high five.
Yeah, and he flies. They stay about 50 feet off the ground, high enough so they're not gonna any buildings or steeples, but low enough that their faces can be seen.
Heck yeah.
Love that.
You see, various orcs are, from again, what you see is a very unfortunate cultural difference. Brandishing their weapons is a sign of respect in a way that people down on the ground could see as hostile.
I'll unsheath my sword and kind of huzzah it in the air. Kind of, because that's something like a knight would do or something that a human would do. Like, huzzah! And lift the sword up in a non-threatening way. And I'll do it, and hopefully people see me kind of doing that and get the interpretation. But maybe they're doing it in such a different way that it doesn't help.
Yeah, back when I ran the orc campaign, we used to say that the orc diplomacy check was initiative.
Diplomacy check.
That's a good one. Oh, that was a good one.
They respect as they see the Kuzenthrot, this super heavily built up uber bunker fortress. They talk about how they would, not like they're planning to attack it, but just sort of like, how would you attack a place like that? Oh, but see, they've that tower would be able to cover that approach, and just sort of in the same sort of spirit of when I was in college and would examine each building on the campus as to how good a shelter how defensible it would be in event of a zombie attack.
Yeah. I'll kind of shoulder or elbow one of them and be like, they say she's impregnable, but give me 5 good men.
Uh-oh. What the fuck?
That's a Game of Thrones line.
It is. It's a fucked up Game of Thrones line, though. George knows how to write. Like, that's a real bad uncle joke. Like, that's the nasty uncle joke that I've heard all month.
You're welcome.
That orc that you were hitting on, Mara, says, gave you 5 good men. I think you'd be too busy to attack the Kuzenthrot.
That gets a chuckle out of Sage, as he was like quiet before, not paying attention, but like there's just like an audible laughter.
I'll walk over there
in the background
and get real, uncomfortably close, and be like, "You'd be surprised." I'll give her a wink and then back away.
All right, just gives you sort of a snorting laugh. They are impressed as they go by and ask questions, pointing to St. Bridget's Cathedral. The Tirith Cathedral. There's the Cathedral of the Black Lantern. These spires actually rise up past the ship, with it, being at 50 feet. The Colosseum over here, they're looking around, Gug's pointing, is that the Lyceum? Their mage training grounds? Pointing over there.
I don't know that, but that sounds right. Yes, that is the Lyceum. Is that where the knights are trained? That makes sense.
No, that's the Lyceum is... Well, go ahead.
This is where the mages are trained, right?
Mages, okay.
Yeah.
Is there like a courtyard?
There's a courtyard in it, yeah. Gug points towards the Greenleaf Quarter and says, "What is that place? It makes no sense."
Them's the elves.
He nods and is looking thoughtfully over at it. That's good to know.
They may let you in, but they got like a little spell that will stop you from coming in if they don't specifically let you.
He says, this large church, I see the red and white. Is it Lorani? Is it Laku?
That's the Lorani right here. The Laku is actually on the other side of the Cathedral District.
All right, he seems very interested in where Laku is and asks you to carefully point out the building.
Sage is very detail-oriented and will point out the spire. That's like, I assume it has the different colors that. Look, there you go. There you can tell.
Yeah, it doesn't even have a spire. It's not a cathedral or anything. It's a. It's as far as a fancy religious building, it's pretty humble. I mean, the Loranians like to be super fancy, sort of, like super showy cathedrals, Vatican kind of stuff. The Peonians tend to be more humble. They have a cathedral here, but, with the two cathedrals side by side, it's very clear which one is Peony and which one is Lorani.
Okay, so there's no spire.
And the Laku chapter house is about the same level of humility looking as the Peonian Cathedral.
Okay. Then I will point out that it's on this street,
Okay.
I am curious. I will ask a question. What do you seek in the city? Of all the things that are available here, you who has lightning at his fingertips, what could you possibly want?
He smiles, looking over to Keg, sitting there on the deck. He says, Silverine, for one.
Okay, we were right to suggest Silverine as the good trade item. Okay. The high life, I suppose.
A taste. I've heard about the pleasures of Mariah for so long. I'd like to just experience them once before I die.
I'm glad that you'll be able to enjoy them here. Good.
Can I offer some advice?
Of course.
I have warned the Queen that some of your customs are different. Just two different cultures interacting with each other. So she is aware of that and should respond appropriately to your customs. I want to give you a similar warning, not necessarily about the Queen, because I don't really know her that well yet, but if you're interacting with somebody from this city and they are brandishing their weapons to something that you've said or done, and you were not actually expecting them to react that way, just have your men say, just kidding, joke. It's a joke. Just say joke. That may keep the diplomatic relations, friendly for as long as possible.
He nods, seems thoughtful for a bit, and he says, I ask your counsel as battle brother and sister. Do you think they will try to take the ship from us?
I don't think so. I think they want it here because it's something new. It's something shiny for people to be distracted with. I think developing relations with y'all could look really good on the queen. And so she wants to make it visible. You know, it's probably smart to keep someone on the ship, keep a watch. You never know. I don't suspect them to, but I would hate for, you know, someone not related to the queen, you know, of some other faction to have some ideas. You never know about that.
I think the orcs have good security.
Yeah.
He says that has been a concern of ours. He gestures out towards all the armies. You know, tens of thousands of undead camped around the city. He says, it's clear the city is not in a good way. Coming here, we were concerned that they would think it to their benefit to seize our ship to aid in their fight.
Well,
we hope it does not come to that, but perhaps you can convey you saw us slay the dragon. Trying to take our ship. The result, I know there are many mages here, powerful. Maybe it could be taken from us, but they should expect the price to be even greater. The Red Dragon could rain on them.
I think they're aware of that.
I tried to
challenge, and I don't mean it as a threat. It is simply a promise if they try to take our vessel.
I don't think they'll try to take it. I think they're intimidated. I think they're worried you could hurt their position. They want to avoid that. With the siege, the queen is exhausted. That kind of uncertainty, what I want to avoid.
Looks a little surprised by this. He says, is this not Mariah, the city of mages? The city of Lirani? With 1,000 Liranian knights, the equal of a wolf rider?
Sure. Yeah, that's exactly what this is.
Sage will chuckle. And then how come in the dead and dark of the night found an owl and an elf?
We thought you were perhaps clanless. We had not heard of... Well, we knew of the elves here. I did not know of Owlin in the city.
Oh, if you do hear of any, let me know. You know of any other birds you've seen?
He says, I've not had the time to see the world as I would have. I should have liked in a different life to be able to explore the strangeness of Telosumbra, to see wonders. I have spent the decades of my life at war. The needs of the Black Peaks have always demanded it. That's why I'm hoping, perhaps vainly, that I can know a few moments of peace and wonder in this city before I die. Taste of the life that I would have wished for myself, seeking marvels.
I think the queen's gonna like you. Tell you that much. Hopefully, you can work out a understanding.
Let us hope.
Best of luck.
He says, you will you understand, battle brother and sister. We would wish you to spend time among us and to spend time with you. If you wish to join us on the ship while we are here, you are welcome. If you wish to show me the wonders of this city, I would enjoy that greatly during the time we are here. You can see the last bit, it's a little bit hopeful. Like, kind of waiting to see if you volunteer offer.
Yeah, we can go partying. Yeah, let's absolutely do that.
Sage kind of leans back in a relaxed kind of like, yeah. Good to see you have your head screwed on straight.
All right, he seems very pleased. In many ways, he seems sort of the opposite of Rigger, who just has this sort of stoic life has worn him down. Whereas with Gug, there's sort of like the young boy that just wants to enjoy everything is still under there somehow.
The unlikely boyhood still surviving. It's like a candle. Beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to know, like, okay, this is how the world works, these are the things, but there's still that boy that wants to break out of that. That's excellent. They drop a rope down. An orc scrambles down it and ties it around like a statue in the square. A big crowd is gathered. They all kind of back up as the orc scrambles down, and you can hear some people saying that's Saint what's his name? That's disrespectful.
I don't even remember the name. I love that.
And you see a honor guard ? Of Loranian knights and soldiers comes out, not looking like they're about to attack, but shined up. Seems like they're moving very disciplined and trained, but you can see they're worn out. They're tired. It's been a long, rough night for everybody. Some of them still have wounds, which, given that they're from the Loranian Cathedral, makes it sound like, oh, they ran out of healing spells. And they kind of take a position in front of the cathedral. You know, that seems to be a show of strength. A very old man in white robes with red trimming comes out. There's definitely a dignity about him. And with a voice louder than you would have expected, you're guessing thaumaturgy's involved. So as we greet you here before Lorani's throne in Voudenay, we hope that you come in peace and friendship. This is what we offer, but we stand ever ready to defend ourselves should someone prove our enemy. Will you come down and break bread within the cathedral as our guest? Your safety assured, as long as you do not strike us first. We will not strike first, but any strike by us would be the final strike. For we are Lorani's followers. Such she commands us. Gug and Grigor talk to each other a bit. Gug calls down. We are grateful for your offer. It feels like he's trying to figure out, like, what do humans want to hear? Like he absolutely wants to say what orcs would want to hear, but he's like, that's probably not right. He says, we were told that the Queen would meet with us. It would be disrespectful to her strength if we forwent that to meet with another. We will await her coming. A bargain struck will be a bargain redeemed. The old man, he's the archbishop, gives a few, attempts a few more times, to very diplomatically invite them on down, and we can await her presence and da-da-da, but Gug seems very set on waiting for the Queen. He might not know human customs, but, he seems aware when he's being, someone's trying to talk him into something.
Didn't she want to meet him at the cathedral, or just not that cathedral?
That cathedral.
Okay. But just not yet.
It's a
right.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. See if it pays off for him.
All right, and eventually the queen comes riding down at the head of a small column of about 20 Royal Guard knights, all in her colors, the blue and white, with her symbol on it. You know, again, not aggressively, but they each are holding lances in their hands. You know, it occurs to you like, okay, yeah, so they're holding lances. So they do have weapons out, but, you know, the lances are up with, you know, pennants attached, blue and white pennants. So it's sort of like, you know, middle ground. They're clearly not charging, but they do have weapons out, but in a way that is like, I mean, we're an honor guard of knights. So it seems like the queen took your advice.
Yeah. Smart lady.
Yeah, and you can see as she arrives on her horse, you know, she has her sword out in one hand, sort of laying across the saddle. She steps down from her horse, her sword in hand. You know, two of the knights come up and help her down. And then on either side of her, a red-robed mage suddenly appears.
Yeah.
Sick.
They like teleported in?
Yes. Or were invisible and are suddenly visible, something.
Cool.
Sage blinks and leans in.
We call upon the masters of this vessel. Send your representative, one who can speak for you. And I, Queen Isabeau, defender of the realm and of Moriah, slayer of undead, who pushes them back towards their origin. In the fallen city. I invite you down and will meet with you. Myself, because I would hear your words without mediators between us. Accept my invitation and come to meet in the cathedral. Gug looks over at two of you.
Kind of like nodding, like, yeah, I mean,
accept. Am I supposed to refuse 3 times? Am I what to do?
I'd say accept, yeah. It's time.
You got the queen to do this. You have made a show that everybody's going to be talking about for months. You have done fantastic so far. But if you deny the queen, she might get angry. Who knows?
He nods. He says, well, she deserves a show then too, right?
I don't know what he's going to do. I'm scared. I'm terrified.
I think the whole city deserves a show.
You got some fireworks?
He manifests a pair of dragon wings on his back that stretch out, you know, very majestically. He cleans himself up with a prestidigitation and, You see his hair has gray in it at the moment. He does a couple of cantrips, and his hair is just like jet black. Like he was showing his age for a bit there, but now he's given himself a quick hair dye with prestidigitation.
Yeah.
Or with minor illusion and a few things. Gets himself
stage magic.
Good. Takes his staff in one hand. He looks around with the other orcs. Says, you have a fearsome looking axe. Here. Holds out his hand, and the orc gives him a pretty fearsome looking axe to hold in his other hand. And he casts a spell, and he and two orcs rise up slightly. He steps forward, off the ship into the air, and he lowers first one orc. It seems like he's doing it, and the other orcs are like aware, like he's done this before. Where the orc steps out into the air and is slowly lowered to the ground, and then the second orc is lowered, and then he steps up, and with his wings just spread out, to look majestic, but without actually flapping or anything, he lowers to the ground, with his wings out, holding the staff and the axe, brandished, but not as if he's about to attack. And he steps forward, and they exchange some words, and he and his two bodyguards and the queen step into the cathedral.
So cool.
The Lorenian LePay Knights sort of stand in formation on watch here.
I am watching from the rooftops. Could I make a perception check looking for any unwanted onlookers?
All right, give me a perception.
As I'm up, I have a bird's eye view of this for a natural 19, 27.
All right, you see a variety of birds are circling around the windows in the upper parts of the cathedral. And it occurs to you, because they're not like all the same bird, they're not like a bunch of pigeons, a flock of pigeons. They're all completely different birds, and it occurs to you those are probably familiars.
Oh, that's cute.
Like all every familiar in the city is like, trying to find a window to sit beside to listen in.
So it'll be like a raven and a sparrow, and then like a colorful blue jay flies by, or something.
And an owl, and, a hawk. When the hawk isn't hunting the other birds like an actual hawk would.
Okay. So the familiars are all there. Do I see any spies? Or any, like, dubious activity in
give
this?
Me insight.
20.
All right, there are a lot of people. I mean, everybody's watching this. This is a massive, big event. There's a crowd here. It's only natural that people will be watching this, but you do notice a couple of people that seem really, really interested. Maybe in more than just this as a spectacle. Here and there in the crowd, some, along the edges. And sort of watching this like it's their job.
Sage will take his time watching, point these things out to Custis. the familiars. Maybe somebody who is like sitting in front of a coffee shop and has ordered like their third coffee, you know?
Yeah. You have to be pretty close to be able to look through their eyes, I think. Let me look. Something like 100 feet? 30 feet?
Well, I'm going to say, actually, with your 27 perception, Sage, you recognize one of them. One of your fellow acolytes. You know, the kind that were, typically sent on spy duties.
This is a low-level grunt work. Definitely not the most high up, but I spot somebody in the crowd who they might be them.
No, you're pretty sure you know the guy that he's from your cult.
Act normal.
Like you went up and said, you're like, that's Tom.
I've been fucking looking for these guys, and I actually found them. I didn't expect to find them here. So I guess we're on the ship, and I see them watching the cathedral. What is this spy doing? Cultist.
He doing his best just to, blend in. I mean, you notice that he seems to be a bit, I'm going to say it wasn't your insight that made you go, oh, this guy's really acting suspiciously. It was like slightly that, but it was more your perception. It's like, oh, I fucking know him. We grew up together.
Yeah, like I remember his face. Like,
yeah. And then and then you're like, where, oh yeah, it's obvious that he's spying.
I see.
You see, so you keep an eye on him. You see he sort of steps, after watching, steps into an alley over on this side of the street. And then looks like a young woman in Loranian, like acolyte's robes, immediately steps out of the alley. But you say, with your insight and your perception, it's clear that they've changed the way they're walking and things a bit, the way you were trained to not walk in the same way. But you grew up from being in the orphanage with this person, and you recognize little things. You've been trained to notice the way people walk, to identify people, figure out their identities, even when they're disguising selves. And you're like, oh yeah, he always gave himself away with that. I could always tell.
I think this
even
guy
disguised self that it was him.
Has a penchant for his shoelaces. For some reason, they just have like a little green strip at the end. Like there's just this one little detail, this one little color.
So you watch that, and you watch as he gives a it's subtle and sort of mundane enough that most people wouldn't pick up on it or think it's unusual at first. But sort of the secret signs. And you can tell he's giving someone a sort of a, distract now
Oh wow.
sign. And somebody starts shouting, just like pushing forward towards the Loranians. Those orcs, they've come to kill us all. What are you doing here? You invite them into Loranian's cathedral to profane it. And, just kind of going full mag about they're taking our jobs.
Yeah.
And making a big, fuss and trying to get other people going, and definitely distracting all these Loranian guards while the acolyte
So there's a minor false flag event as he's
Yes.
like starting an event.
Yes.
As the guards are reacting, and there's like some amount of like tension that builds over the course of a couple minutes, Sage will point out that I've been showing you that I've like been following this guy. It's like probably this priest, explaining what I've been seeing to Quistis.
What's the distraction for? Is he trying to get inside the cathedral?
Yeah, you see as the guards are distracted by, they're gonna take our gerbs. You know, the other one sneaks in. Not in a like, acting like super stealthy, but just in a. It's not unusual to see a Loranian acolyte standing here and almost sort of like, okay, I was inside and I came out to look and now I'm going back inside. Sort of way.
Yeah, I can't like whistle and point him out. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not in a sneaky way, it's like an I'm not important way. I'm part of the background.
I'm meant to be here, kinda,
He has used a combination of gaslighting and clever positioning to just sneak his way into the function. Okay. How long has this event been going on, and how big is this crowd?
The crowd is big. The cathedral square is full, plus like standing out into the streets. Everyone wants to see this airship. Everyone wants, whether it's just like, it's an airship, that's so cool, or this isn't gonna end well. I can tell you now. We're all doomed. The orcs are together with the undead, I know it. Do you think they just happened to show up in the middle of the siege?
They orchestrated it.
Already turned the frogs gay.
I want to look over to that one. I forget that. I don't know her name, but that cute-ish orc. She's pretty cute. And I'll say, hey, we're going clubbing with Gug later, and that she should come. And then I walk over to Sage and say, Sage, I'm going to leave you to it.
I look back to the cathedral. I'm going to stay up here and watch. It's better that the family understands that I'm going to be watching over this place. I like it up here. It's a good perch. You need me, you can send a message, I guess? Or do you want me to follow you?
I think Eastwall calls. If you want to go hang out and do some stuff in Eastwall, you can. Or if you want to stay here, that's fine. But I'm going to silent image so that I'm going to move to the middle of the ship. I'm going to silent image myself walking to where I was just standing and then standing there. And I'm going to keep that image there and do disguise self and turn into an orc.
It's an eyebrow says you're trying to orcfish me again.
I give her a wink and then, without saying anything, I grab the rope and descend into the crowd and then walk off towards Eastwall.
All right, so you descend into the crowd. Everybody's seeing, seeing an orc climb down. So they're all just, oh, look, they're pointing. You can see that by this point, the Loranians seem to have had a change of orders. And they've gone out to sort of like clear, keep the like 100-foot across circle under the airship clear. They're standing there, with their, somewhat menacing to the crowd, in a don't try it sort of thing. Some of them look over to you, and a knight comes up, seems to have the air of an officer, and he says, "Hold there, orc. What is your business?"
Am I not free to come and go? We're communicating with the queen. I believe the queen said we could hang out in the city. I'm gonna maybe go see a play, maybe hang out, try to see if the elves will let me into the elven area. Just do city stuff.
Until the queen or the archbishop commands it, my orders are to keep everyone away from the ship and keep anyone from coming or going. The queen will decide whether you are free to explore the city.
You're killing me, Smalls. I drop my disguise. I drop my disguise, and I am Quistis again, my half elf, and be like, "Can I go now?"
You disguise yourself as a half elf in front of me and expect me to be deceived?
You don't know who I am. This is you're rude.
Like an officer doing his job. You're boring. Oh my god.
Return to your ship, orc, and wait the queen's decisions.
I go back up. I could kill you. I'll say it. I could kill you. You know that, right? And I go back up before he can even respond. Okay, I'm back on the ship.
Having convinced him you're an orc, who disguise yourself as an elf.
You know what? I see the flaw in my plan now. I look at Sage defeated. It's like, God damn it.
Hey, look. You keep giving yourself all mixed up with those illusions. They don't work like you think they will half the time.
They don't, yeah, that's true. I put my hood on, but you can still see me, and I'm very sad.
You put your hood on, but the sobbing is overwhelming. We can hear it. I mean, honestly, though, a 13 is a 13 is still good. I think it's super funny that you had to do the climb of shame back up.
I could have killed him, but that would not be good for relations.
Like gym class when you had to climb the rope.
I see the flaw.
So Mara kind of laughs at how everything went absolutely wrong. And then after a bit she says, "So, when you make yourself into an orc, can you give yourself more muscles and scars?"
I have one more disguise self. So I will disguise myself.
Fangs, maybe not absurdly big fangs, but good fangs, a good size, perky fangs.
I disguise myself exactly as she describes. Big ol' scar right on the eye, on the right eye, from the forehead down to the cheek.
Oh, hell yeah.
A bit taller than her, big muscles, big ol' axe on my back if that's something I can control. Appropriate size, slightly unusual color, maybe Tanya's color, a little turquoisey with light blonde, strawberry blonde hair. and very striking purple eyes. Here, I'll grab Tanya's icon and I'm gonna bring that on. I look like this.
Yeah, I look like
sort of pauses. Sort of takes you in for a bit. And finally says, if I didn't know you were a scrawny elf with unblemished skin underneath.
Not too shabby, right?
Yeah.
I am the disguise. Because you always leave them wanting more.
You two lovebirds. That was almost romantic.
Almost.
Yeah, maybe you'll get enough scars, Quistis.
You know what? Sage, fly me on your back. Let's leave.
Sorry, what, do I look like a griffin? Do I look like some kind of...
You look like an Alan that can carry my weight. And we are friends. We are battlekin.
I don't think I can carry your weight, dude. I have 9 strength. I mean, Rob, you can correct me, but I don't... I have a total weight of 29. I have 9 strength.
I mean, it would be very slow and awkward in this way that, a sedentary adult carrying another sedentary adult would be. Sort of like, moving at like a 10th normal speed until maybe you could kind of get like a little bit of a jog going. But you are maybe worried about whether you could stay in the air. Whether you would just sort of plummet down together, slightly slowed by your wings.
Yeah, I mean, Sage looks at you like, dude, I mean, we weigh about the same amount.
Yeah. You're right, you're mostly feathers.
I'm mostly feathers, man.
I saw you in the bath. It's very skinny.
It's an owl in the bath is notoriously, they just shrink.
These are all show muscles, and they're shitty show muscles at that.
They deflate. I'm like SpongeBob with the inflatable arms, Yeah, I mean, so if I could just glide down and like do a safe way, but it doesn't sound like I can.
You would have to make a check to get down safely without any breaking of ankles. Just because, I would say, without a check, you could, like, on the ground, carry her on your back.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But this is whether you can stay airborne or only fall at a speed that would not injure you when you reach the ground.
Now, I was just trying to leave for roleplay reasons. The roleplay reason being, I think at first Quistis likes the attention and likes she's connected with this kind of momentous moment in history. But now that there's a crowd and now that the initial, I think, dopamine hit is over, I think she wants to be reclusive and all she wants to do is just go lay down in her bunk. So since she couldn't leave, she's definitely dejected and just sitting in a corner.
Right, that might be a good place to leave it with a ton of stuff to have to explain to Guy.
Oh,
all the social interactions and stuff. What do you guys deserve XP for?
Not a great roleplay.
For answering those tales, that was fun. Or the end of the stories.
Yeah, that. Tales.
finishing the quest of saving the city, I suppose. That seems huge. The smaller quest of delivering Michelle back, developing relations between the orc and the queen,
connecting the orc and the count.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that whole roleplay, that whole situation, we were able to kind of really streamline it. The aura farming, multiple points. We got to, fly around on this cool ship, be a part of this big central section. I was actually able to see my cult, and it makes me reassured that they're like, they think this is important enough that they're like actively trying to fucking get in there. We're making big moves. Being on both sides of the negotiation, I feel like we might have made it go better for both sides, hopefully. Like, I feel like we gave some good information to the queen, we gave some good information to the orc, to Grug.
I didn't love how many questions he was asking, but, it's okay to get to know the city. He's going to be able to walk around, probably, so he'd have figured all that out anyways. But there definitely was a moment where it was like, what can you tell us of the defenses of the city? Not quite like that, but kind of like that.
How do you keep your nuclear vessels?
Mm-hmm. Where is Star City?
Do you have any cooling trenches that I could shoot a proton torpedo into?
I don't suppose anybody here saw that Star Trek movie with the whales.
No.
Is that 3? Is that 4? I've seen them all.
It was like the Return Home one, where they went back in time to save the whales. They're like in, like 1980s America.
Yes.
And Chekhov, who's Russian, in this Cold War era, but like it hasn't occurred to any of the Enterprise crew that Russians would be
a target,
like, suspects.
Yeah.
And they need like some part or something, from they could probably get from a nuclear reactor, and so he's like Chekhov's down talking to people in his Russian accent. So where do you keep your nuclear vessels?
I like those movies. My favorite one is just my favorite scene is Kurt climbing the El Capitan in Star Trek V. It's just so bad and so good.
Camp.
I like this. Well, I like that whale one just because there was so much of them interacting. Like when they bring Scotty to the computer. Like an old 80s desktop. He's like, computer, show me this. And he's sort of staring at it, and the guy with him is like, you need to do this, and sort of, points to the mouth, or use this, and he points to the mouse. And he's, yes, of course. And he holds it up to his mouth like a microphone. Computer, show me this.
I love it. So archaic. It's like writing in stone.
Yes. That was just fun.
Yeah.
Oh, did you ever see the Deep Space Nine episode where they went back in time to the Tribbles episode in original Trek?
No, I just started watching Deep Space. I haven't actually finished it yet.
Oh. Yeah, there's an episode. It's just wonderful where they end up going back in time to the Tribbles episode of original Trek.
Mm-hmm.
And so they they disguise themselves as, that time Starfleet officers wearing all the campy original Trek outfits, and they're like, and they, Photoshop them in sort of, they have their own mission going on, but they're like in the background of the episode going on.
That sounds like like an art film. And like there's multiple movies happening at once on the same screen. That's cool.
Yeah, it was just fun. Like they get sucked into the bar fight between when the Klingons insult the Enterprise and Scotty starts a bar fight and their mission gets screwed up because they get dragged into the bar fight. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I've been told that's the best one. So far, my favorite is Voyager, but all my friends say Deep Space is the best.
It's sort of the grittiest and real politique.
Yeah.
And I liked it for that reason. It wasn't just like, we're the Federation, we always do what's right.
Yeah.
Things were messy. Super messy.
Voyager's like that too. I mean, I think Captain Janeway tries to stick to it maybe more in a campy way, but she definitely does things against the Prime Directive on the way back from Delta. Which is one thing I like about her. And then I think the best actor in all of Star Trek is the Voyager Doctor. He is just a phenomenal. His episodes where he is doing Shakespeare and then singing opera is peak Star Trek.
I never watched Voyager.
It's fun.
I think I saw one episode, like a part of an episode. I meant to watch it, but I don't think I had a TV really at the time. And saw a part, and it would just... They were just some weird rift going on, and Janeway had a phaser, and talks in her communicator up to the ship. It's like, if I were to reverse the polarity on this phaser, would it cause this whatever to to implode? And it's just like, we're just gonna do tech things where if I shoot it, will that solve the problem? And I just felt like, okay, that was the worst technobabble and
silly.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, there is some of that. And then it gets better after season 2. I think season 3 onwards is the best. But that's the case with a lot of Star Trek.
Episode, so they were probably still establishing things.
Yeah.
Because I think the other thing that kind of made me feel is oh, they're going to have her solve the problem by shooting it with a phaser because she's a female captain and they need to emphasize, no, she's tough too. Even though she's the first Star Trek female captain.
Is that the Rambo episode where she is dressed like Rambo with just a tank top or something? I forget. That one's funny.
I don't know. I think she was in her
normal. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she was just in her normal thing. I think it was one of the early episodes, and it was just I really didn't see much beyond that scene. And it was just the idea of the solution is to shoot it with a phaser.
Maybe not the best.
I
he's gonna
total.
Blow up anyways.
The year 20,016. 20,716. 20,716.
Oh, that's in the wrong chat. That's okay. $10.05. Okay.
Can't believe we completed the quest so well with many of these.
What's your favorite Star Trek, Damien?
I don't and haven't watched it, so
that's fair.
This is totally ironically enough, it's a black hole in my mind. My dad watches Star Trek though, so I saw a couple reruns and stuff that he would watch. I only know the one meme. What is it? Is that Star Trek? 9,000 cigarettes.
No,
and he just keeps printing cigarettes.
That's Orville. That's a Star Trek made by the guy who makes Family Guy.
Family Guy writer. That makes sense. Yeah. Seth MacFarlane. Okay.
You said 20,716? Yeah. for going back to the city. Well, that's a lot. For
$, finishing orcs, finishing the quest.
Yeah.
A lot of little diplomatic things you guys did along the way. Plus returning Michelle and everything. So
absolutely.
Beautiful.
I agree. I concur.
Not starting a political incident or a war.
Navigating the political waters of having
cultural differences.
It's a good long rest. Yeah, I mean, because that could easily have gone bad, right? I mean, they could end up fighting or something.
Yeah, you can tell there's room for a lot of misinterpretation. They're not even drawing their weapons. They're mocking us.
Do you offer us insult?
This one came unarmed.
And now he's begging for
the shit out of us.
And now he's begging for his life. Oh God.
All right. See you next time. And I guess we'll see. Hadrian, see you on Saturday.
Yeah, see you on Saturday.
Were you guys? I forget. What were you guys? With all these games, I forget like where each one leaves off. What are you guys about to do for Saturday? For my
so Turgan is going to return. He had been sleeping under a pile of peanuts, and so we're waking him up. We're waking Turgan up, and then where we go, I don't know.
That's right. He gets to experience the fairy equivalent of passing out and having a dick drawn on his face.
Yeah. Other than that, I suspect that we're going to want to leave the Feywild. I don't know where. You might want to ask Cass Ulan where he'd want to go. I don't know. We're at a very open-ended section, like Turgan was saying last time. So we definitely want to be there to discuss what our next goals are. But if you had some ideas or could bring some, I don't know. Directions that I want to go. I want to kill the giant Leviathan in the lake, but that's just me. I don't know what everybody else wants to do. So,
I mean, that's one that I would definitely need prep for.
Good.
Yeah, that I would not have expected to come.
I don't know what that would be, but it's that's definitely one of the fights that I'm interested in. That's just the idea in the back of my head.
I mean, that would have been like you go to the lake and see a whirlpool, which seems to be a loading screen that just keeps going and going.
Yeah, it'll be here in, you have a feeling, a couple weeks.
Content not yet unlocked.
Oh man. Yeah. So hopefully that helped you. I don't know. Sadly,
all right. Yeah, if you want to I believe I put out the question so what do you guys want to do next, and didn't really get a response. If you want to poke some of your fellow party members, so what are we gonna do, and get them to discuss, just so I know what to be prepped for.
Okay. I can try that. That sounds good.
Cool. Thank you.
Wait.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Awesome night. Thanks, Rob.
Good night.
Night.
Gotta log back in. Roll20 just said, fuck you. Roll20 was like, no, you're good. You're good. You're done. Enough time on this site. You don't give us enough money. But yes, I fucking do. Roll20. Bullshit. Alright, let's look at my game. Don't look at my games. My game. We'll see if I can switch this back too. Oh, no. Palace is still here. Devilish dogs. Tunnel, 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 tunnel. Nobody look at this. Nobody look at this. Shh. Okay. So, I think that's the end of Siege of the Dead. I think we did it. I wasn't streaming all the episodes, so they're not all available. There are some recorded that I have yet to release, and maybe never will. I don't want to edit. So, like, I guess the best I can really do for now is have OBS set up in a way and start the stream and stop the stream and I guess take very few breaks so that there's not just like dead air. And instead of providing super high-end edited content, I want to provide a certain level of quality, a proper OBS layout, overlay, proper audio, good video, clear rehashes of the previous session. But I think if I don't do editing and I just put out more content each week, maybe that's a niche that could be filled. Because I know really good DMs that put out very good content. Some of it is almost like actors. Some of it is genuine real players who are, and that's just good editing with a good DM. So maybe I somehow create these real situations, and instead of them perfectly edited, they're just more of them, like a wealth of fairly high quality content. I don't want to say it's like slop, and it's obviously not the highest, because maybe the highest is edited, maybe there's cute little animated shorts or whatnot. But is there space streaming on YouTube for this style D&D content? I don't know. Maybe I should go to Twitch. I don't really want to go to Twitch. I'm a child of YouTube. So, I don't know. Like, subscribe, do whatever. We're here pretty regularly. The content's going to be flowing for a while. So, enjoy. I got a game Mondays. I got a game every other Tuesday. Got a game Wednesday. And a game Thursday. 2 of those days, Monday and Thursday, I specifically am the DM. 2 days I'm not. So you get a little taste of me as DMing. You get a little taste of me as the chaotic character.